Mm.
Hey, chill, chill.
Another one.
Mm. Hey, pet me. Yeah, pet me. I'm about to go ahead and pass out there, homie. I know you doing the same thing. And I feel
Another
that.
one.
My stream just had a restart. Little crash. We'll be back up. We're back up.
It's over 9,000.
This shit keep fucking crashing on me, man. Big blessings, little Bruce. Hey, yo. Coming in.
Hey, chill, chill.
Yeah, I got some little things. Look at that, look at that. Hey, yo, I slashed your back, and you slashed mine. Oh, man, Bruce, I'm probably passing out, man. Epitome already passed out over here. I'm about to do the same thing, man.
Every day.
Damn, boy, I'm fucking tired of shit. I've been holding on for it about a hair all damn day. I'm gonna go ahead and pop on out of Discord. Epitome, if you can hear me, much love there, brother. Hey, yo. I'm about to pass the fuck on out with you.
Hey, chill, chill.
Yep.
You know what it is. I'll catch you on the next one.
Another one.
Yeah. Blessing, brother. Oh, yes, sir. Fucking. I just was fucking around with these papyruses. Made some papyruses. I'm gonna make them drop down for a little bit during exclamation point command or something. Yeah, it's gonna be that. But there's nothing that pops off with that. That either. Okay.
Hey, chill, chill.
Another one. Another one.
Oh.
Another one.
Hey, chill, chill.
I guess. I'm out of here. You can go.
Now we play the waiting game.
Alright guys, I'm done. Love you. Be blessed. Tune in.
He died? Charlie Kirk died. It's sad. For having an opinion about things, like the guy went to colleges and was having opinions. Sick world we live in, that's a true animal. He need to be locked up in a cage. He don't have a frontal lobe.
Charlie Kirk is dead. If you're not familiar with Charlie Kirk, he's a very prominent figure in conservative politics and has been for the last 10 years or so. First, I'm going to say, praying for his family. I'm praying for his wife, his children, everyone around him. The second thing I'm going to say, these are really politically radicalizing times, politically polarizing times. Watching someone like Charlie Kirk, a prominent figure in politics, conservative politics, left or right, doesn't matter, getting assassinated in the modern day is something that is very, very disturbing. If you think our society is going to return to this, we're going to get along and we can have a debate, the debate is over. The conversation is ended. And it's clear from an assassination like this that there is no more room for conversations anymore. The other side does not want to have a conversation with you. They want you dead. And this is something that they have ridden out a long time when they tried to kill the fucking president. I'm going to say this. We do not live in times of peace. We live in times of uncertainty. But the one thing we must be certain of, we will not allow people to wipe us away because of what we believe in, because what we know to be true. We need to hold true to ourselves and not hold back in saying what we believe in, to go forward and continuously push against those who want to wipe us away just because we believe in something different or something greater beyond ourselves.
And I'm not saying Donald motherfucking Trump deserve anything he going through right now, but God's timing is always motherfucking right. Can I get an amen, some motherfucking body? There should be no motherfucking peace for the wicked. None.
So breaking fucking news, Charlie Kirk got shot in the fucking neck. That was the last bastion. I can't be a liberal no fucking more. You see the fucking comments? I hope the gun is okay. The same fucking people asking for moral decency. I cannot in good faith align myself with you guys anymore. I once had a headache. You'll be alright. Cause you don't agree with him politically? Okay. Whatever happens next, in retaliation, whoever did that shit, I hope they throw the whole fucking book at you. The whole fucking book at you. While I did not agree with his views, when you put violence in the fucking middle of the equation, all this shit goes out the window. Everything that you stand for goes out the fucking window. Who's next? Candace Owens? Take that shit as a warning. Stop doing the fucking public panels, bro. Stop doing all that. Oh, what do you think about him? These people are fucking insane. Oh, well, both sides are... No, these people are fucking insane. Dude. Things are gonna get very... Do not speak politics at all in public. Do not do that shit. These people are fucking unwell. Protecting fucking dickheads stabbing Ukrainian girls in a bus. Protecting fucking shooters just because they think they're the other gender. You people make me fuck.
That video that's on my Twitter now is absolutely just, I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. When I first saw that video, I thought it was AI. He's got a family, he's got a wife, he's got children.
Democrats say that Trump is starting a civil war, but they're the only ones that are making violent threats and having violent protests and causing all sorts of trouble. So who's really starting the civil war here?
Seeing people rejoice over Charlie Kirk getting shot just shows you that society lacks empathy. Like, how could you ever be happy somebody losing their life because you disagree with what they say?
So
Charlie Kirk just died 7 minutes ago. He was confirmed dead. Didn't like the guy. I don't disrespect the dead, though. I thought the nigga was honest. He was going to survive. It was one shot. It was one shot right here. I thought the nigga was going to survive. I ain't gonna lie. I hope that aside, prayers out to his family. I hope the shooter's not black. Y'all just killed the Hokage of the fucking... I pray that the shooter's not black. We have been through enough.
We all against violence, we all against gun violence, but then you support the same violence that just killed somebody because he had a take that you didn't agree with. I never agreed with the nigga. I'm not happy to see another man die. Y'all are weird, bro.
But I'm starting to see that a lot of people on social media are literal monsters. Should we care when he didn't care? How I feel about people getting offed because of their social media opinions has nothing to do with how others feel about it and everything to do with how I feel about it. I don't think that you should get shot for having conservative views on social media. He wasn't a politician. He wasn't some corporate giant. He wasn't affecting your life at all. So I don't care if someone I hate gets assassinated in broad daylight and the video is shared everywhere. I think that that is wrong, me, independently of who the person is. Y'all will get on this fucking app and talk down on the women who cheered on Kevin Samuel's death, but don't think you're doing the same thing to Charlie Kirk, a man with a family. Like, y'all, that's cool shit to y'all? Do y'all really get that mad at people on social media? Are your lives really that miserable? I want you all to know. Unless someone has done something to me in real life, I have never wished death on anybody on social media. People have said wild things to me. People have inboxed me crazy shit. I never wish them to actually die. I understand that the internet is real life.
What are we doing, you guys? I'm not saying what are we doing, but I'm talking about Charlie Kirk. The person
we play
who...
the waiting game.
is trying to educate a generation of people has been shot on live television.
Talking about.
Good night, brother. I guess it's that time. Much love got you tapped up and locked in.
Yeah, man.
Type shit.
It's about that time.
If you guys could see the stuff on X right now.
Yeah, man. Big blessings to you there, homie. Catch up with you tomorrow.
At this point,
you know what it is.
The Democratic Party should be viewed as a terrorist organization. The stuff that we're seeing in this country is not normal.
I'll see you later, homie.
It is an awful video. There's no way he survived that. There's no way he survived that. The Democratic Party is a terrorist group. They are a terrorist organization.
I might not be around for a few days, but just know I got you all tapped up and locked in.
About to find the fuck out.
Hey,
what the fuck do you mean you shot Charlie?
Oh my God, bro. They marched on the Capitol just because Trump said so.
What the fuck do you think they're about to do now that Charlie Kirk is dead?
First of all, the man did not deserve to die over not believing in abortion or LGBT. I'm gonna say that right now.
But second of all, you stupid motherfuckers made him a fucking martyr. I actually fucked with Charlie. But you see how we all did all of that in DC for George Floyd? It's about to get so much fucking worse. Lock your doors and good luck to everyone supporting and celebrating his fucking death. Not me. I'm safe. Not me.
You see somebody with a MAGA hat? Pew pew. That's what we do. That's the way. It's the only way.
Let's take this back to the beginning.
Okay, guys. So I would like to start a new movement called CMAGA. MAGA. Because people that respond to fear and terror and aggression, not logic and empathy and, I don't know, intelligence, it doesn't work for them. So fear works. So if we all get our guns and use our Second Amendment right and our common sense, at this point this administration is begging us to rise up and revolt. And you see somebody with a MAGA hat? Pew pew. That's what we do. That's the way. It's the only way. Put them back in their basements, make them scared again.
You know, what drives somebody to become so extreme about half the country? Like, think about that for a second. And yes, she could have something mentally wrong with her. That is a possibility. But the bigger thing I want to focus on is the Democrats' messaging. Their messaging is very emotional. Rather than attacking issues, they attack people. Rather than saying, hey, your idea sucks, they tell their base that you're evil, you're racist, you're a bigot, you're a Nazi, you're like Hitler. The party and their messaging has become very extreme. And this is one of the reasons why they're bleeding voters. But a lot of their content is so extreme and emotionally manipulative that it gets people to think things like this. Ask yourself, why were we not seeing multiple assassination attempts on Kamala Harris? Why not? It's not because she's good and Trump's bad. It's because one side demonizes the other side so much to their own base that that base then thinks that these people quite literally will destroy the country, put people back in chains, and do horrible things to people. The Democrats emotionally manipulate people on a regular basis in order to get their vote and in order to keep their vote. Again, that's why we saw such extreme measures taken against Donald Trump, but not the other way around. And this woman's also saying another thing. She likes when people were scared to come out and say they were a conservative or to support Trump because they were worried about being canceled. They were worried about losing their job. She enjoyed, all the closet conservatives back in the day. She doesn't like conservatives having a voice. She doesn't like conservatives being out here saying the things they believe in and fighting for those things. She wants conservatives in the basement quiet. I mean, when you see multiple things like this, it's just a reminder of how the Democratic Party plays the game. And again, it's far less about policy and far more about demonizing your opponent in every possible aspect that you can. And that gaslighting and emotional manipulation then incentivizes people to do crazy things and believe absolutely crazy, insane things. It's a problem because you also can't have any productive conversation. And this is one of the reasons why you'll see so many Democrats focused on simply opposing Trump no matter what. Like I said before, they currently care more about opposing Trump than they do about doing anything productive for the country. Everything is fight Trump, fight Trump, fight Trump. But they're so tangled up in their own emotional storm they created that they can't even see reality.
I mean this from the bottom of my heart, in all sincerity. You was never supposed to see something like this. In your entire life, you was never supposed to see something like this. That's not okay. That's not normal. That's not regular. You was never supposed to see something like that in your entire life. And there it is on social media. And we pretending like it's normal. When I was younger, for somebody to see something like that, they had to go to a deep store somewhere. A creepy store with a creepy guy selling them on DVD or VHS. They had to go on LimeWire, ShareBear. They had to go deep on the dark web to get a video like this. But today you open up your favorite social media app, and there it is. The same app you're going on to talk to your friends, talk to your family, see cute babies and puppies. These type of videos is popping up. Crazy part about it is when I was younger, there used to be a triangle right there in the middle of the screen that you would press that would start the videos. You had to start the videos. These days, autoplay. You don't get to choose. No matter how fast you scroll through that timeline, them videos gonna play on its own. And it's gonna play loud, video to the tip top. So now you had to see it. You had to hear it. Another one. You're a couple senses off for putting trauma on your soul. I want you to think. They did a study talking about how dopamine affects the brain and how we just getting too much of it these days because of these social media apps. We got all this dopamine in the palm of my hand. It doesn't matter how much I swipe. I'm getting good stuff, bad stuff, happy stuff, sad stuff, back to back to back. It's not normal and it's not good for the brain. So what do you think this type of stuff does, huh? How many kids do you think seen this video today? How many parents do you think seen this video today? How many of his family members do you think seen this video today? People who didn't want to see this had to see this. Because it's on social media. No warning, no nothing. I think the craziest part about all of this is, I saw another angle where a man was there and saw it happen. And his first reaction was to go in selfie mode. Yo, cuz just got another one. Follow me on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube. I live on the same planet as you, buddy. We from the same species, homie. We from the same universe. We got the same structure in our bones. We from the same species. I don't want nothing to do with that. Desensitized up here. Your mind ain't right. Something is wrong with you that you saw that and thought, how can I get up? How can I get right on this? Let me shout out my social media. We getting sick, homie. We getting sick. I'm trying to tell y'all, we need to take some time to think about this type of stuff. You was never supposed to see something like that in your entire life. And social media showed you. I love you. Have a nice day.
In his life, Charlie Kirk had a major influence, and I'm telling you right now, I'm looking at the culture right now, and I'm seeing that Charlie Kirk is probably going to have more influence even in his death than he did in his life. I've never seen so many people, even people that look like me, so furious and fed up about this rhetoric. And the reason why this is going to resonate so much is because the man didn't do anything wrong. He was just talking. He was just speaking his opinion, something that we are all entitled to, something that we all should be able to do. And the things that he said and the influence over the people that are about to start coming into power. I'm talking about young people. I'm talking about when he was going to these colleges and giving people a different opinion that they weren't getting anywhere else. They were paying $40,000, $50,000 to these colleges and weren't hearing these opinions, and now it's being articulated by this guy at a level they never seen before. And that's how he affected people in life. But even the people whose minds he didn't change with his words, in death, it seems like he's changing some of their mind. And that's what we all hope to live for. That's what we all hope to do in our lives. That's a life worth living.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store. Another one. And after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way. Here's the fun part. You can regenerate this whole thing over and over. Or you can tweak something specific, like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to speak life into your dreams, it's right now using the Wix AI website builder.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe, featuring densely populated havens of relative safety, governed by 4 great empires. Hostile systems, where player alliances make the rules.
It's over 9,000! Another one. Another one.
This dash number and this ain't right now. I'm famous, so I'm more famous than anybody here. I'll put him up.
TikTok personality known as Kodiak Red is in trouble with the law again.
The judge gave Frank Venegas bail this afternoon for having a gun without a serial number and oxy pills.
We all know that you're not Alex. We know that you're Frank.
I'm Alex.
Come in, don't lie to me. Your ID in your wallet, in your bag is Frank.
Yes, because I have my brother's wallet.
Don't lie to him. You guys don't have the same tattoos. Frank, look at me. Just help yourself.
Oh my dad, you profiling me.
You want to talk to me?
But I don't care, bro. You profiling me.
Just one viral clip. That's sometimes all it takes to turn a person into a household name in today's world. For Alex and Frankie Venegas, better known as the Island Boys, their offbeat I'm an Island Boy freestyle didn't just spark laughs. It launched them straight into the glare of global fame. That single moment set them on a meteoric rise, bringing in attention, money, and notoriety far faster than anyone expected. For a while, it looked like they might beat the odds and turn a fleeting meme into a lasting career. But as history has shown time and again, quick fame often comes with quicker downfalls. Pride, ego, reckless spending, and the intoxicating pull of sudden wealth. The same traps that claimed countless viral sensations before them, from Salt Bae to The Hawk to a girl, would soon ensnare the Venegas twins as well. By 2025, their story had split into two tragic paths. One brother buried in legal scandals, the other drowning in debt, family struggles, and public ridicule. Their desperate attempts at redemption were met with indifference. The internet had already moved on. So how did the Island Boys empire collapse so completely? How did two kids who once ruled TikTok and YouTube go from viral phenoms to cultural cautionary tales? Was the crash inevitable from the very beginning? To understand, we have to rewind. Back to the streets of West Palm Beach, Florida. Just 70 miles from Miami, but a world away in reality. The twins grew up in poverty. Their neighborhood was lined with rundown houses tagged with graffiti, where the wail of police sirens echoed almost nightly. Their father's sudden death from a stroke left their Cuban-born mother to raise them alone. Without a steady father figure, Alex and Frankie spiraled into fights, theft.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I think I saw that, Chet.
Make sure you record over here.
Yeah, Chet, I'm
And right there,
recording.
too.
Yep, I'm recording.
Oh, God. Quick, lock up the door.
We're locked and loaded, Chet.
I'm Chet Spooks. You might have seen my online ghost hunting show, Spooky Specters. Oh, my God. What the hell? What is that? Oh, God. What is that? What is that? I'm here with my cameraman Spider to capture every second of paranormal phenomenon during this seance.
Come out, wherever you are, ghost. Yeah.
We've locked the doors and won't unlock them until morning, trapping us inside with whatever evil's lurking in this house. And if there's any inkling of any ghosts in this house, I will find them, I will break them, and they will bow to Chet Spooks.
Chet, I told you no recording while we have visitors, okay, sweetheart?
But Grandma, you said I could record my show tonight. Did you see that?
Yeah, I think I saw that, Chet.
Make sure you record over here.
Yeah, Chet, I'm
And
recording.
right there, too.
Yep, I'm recording.
Oh, God. Quick, lock up the door.
We're locked and loaded, Chet.
I'm Chet Spooks. You might have seen my online ghost hunting show, Spooky Specters. Oh, my God. What the hell? What is that? Oh, God. What is that? What is that? I'm here with my cameraman Spider to capture every second of paranormal phenomenon during this. Jelly Roll, what are you doing? Benson Boone can't headline if there's no Benson Boone.
It's over 9,000!
Scientists think that they have actually just solved the entire mystery of the Bermuda Triangle, and the truth might actually be scarier than aliens.
BlackRock taking control of the WEF.
This was about creating chaos to bring in order. It was their plan all along.
Epstein survivors have just called out the entire U.S. government.
And there's a lot more in it than Trump's birthday card. The goal was to break and de-pattern the mind.
Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
As you have probably heard, a specific type of radar scan using something called SAR tomography has been sparking headlines of a hidden city beneath the pyramids. Spiral shafts plunging 2,000 feet, massive cube-shaped chambers, and a network stretching like 2 kilometers. And the claim is basically that the plateau sits above a vast engineered complex hidden for millennia. It's insane to even imagine. But something more serious is underway, so check this out. The SCI-DEP collaboration is currently deploying muon detectors at the Khafre Pyramid. Muon imaging has already revealed genuine anomalies like the 30-meter big void above Khufu's Grand Gallery and a hidden north face corridor. In 2025, SCI-DEP released preprints detailing their instruments and new density mapping techniques that they have. If there really are deep shafts and chambers under the pyramids, muons, not the radar, will be the ones to prove it. No official fieldwork start date, milestones, or first results release has been published yet, so right now, all we know is sometime in 2025. But once the first muon detectors collect enough exposure time, the initial data will start to emerge.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, bro. We're going to find the batteries.
Ancient Egypt and the Sahara Desert in general just doesn't make sense to me, because when you look at the Sahara Desert and the fact that it was green for 9,000 years and then it stopped being green at precisely the time that we're told ancient Egypt emerged, that defies how civilization works. Why would a civilization only emerge after the climate got worse?
Right.
That doesn't make sense at all.
And so little research done in sub-Saharan Africa, where they've actually gone into the ground and done like large-scale research of these immense areas.
Nothing. The Sahara Desert is vast and obviously covered in sand and extremely hot, extremely difficult to survey, politically unstable, and there's basically been no archaeological work done across the whole, and the Sahara Desert is massive.
You could fit the United States in
there. You could fit anything in there, like a whole preceding civilization for 9,000 years leading up to ancient Egypt. Like, it's the perfect place. It's right by Mesopotamia. It's right by Egypt, and yet we have this blank spot for the 9,000 years before the development of civilization. We have this huge area which would have been perfect, sort of rivers, lakes, grasslands, perfect climate, and it's just missing.
We need to scan the Sahara Desert, right?
They won't, though. It'll cost a fortune, and they're more interested in war.
Fort Ancient. It's in Ohio. And Fort Ancient is about 215,000 tons of earth. Not as big as Cahokia. It's 3.5 miles of continuous earthen walls. It's built on an 18.5-year lunar metonic cycle. It's charged. Native Americans have nothing to do with this. So if you were going to take the 215,000 tons of earth and put those in dump trucks, park the dump trucks end to end, 200 miles of dump truck.
Wow.
How about making this up?
We're told by historians that it was just Native Americans that did this.
Nonsense. The thing is, the Native Americans say over and over again, we didn't do this.
Yeah.
It was here when we got here. So who do we believe? The First Nation people who were there and saw this? We've got it on the record. People coming into the Ohio Valley going, who did this? And natives going, we don't know. It was here when we got here. But all that's a managed agenda because it goes against the biblical prophetic narrative. It points back to a supernatural worldview, which the Darwinists don't like and the archaeologists don't like.
No, we
think that everything is nice with about.
We're not the first ones here, right?
We'll probably never know.
We need to talk about the cult of bloodlines. Cloning has become a commercial industry, not just a lab experiment. This company, Viagen, sells horse clones for $85,000 each. And this guy, Adolfo Cambiaso, proved the economic when he won the Argentine Open on 6 identical clones of his best mare. And thus, the cult of bloodlines was born. Victory that turned genetics into intellectual property. And the business case is clear. Cloned offspring of elite animals can command prices of $250,000 or more. And in sports where horses matter matter more than riders, the genome itself is now the decisive asset. Because traditional breeding is costly and uncertain. Many years of training and many foals never make it to the field. And cloning? Well, cloning removes that risk, at least on paper. And this logic is expanding beyond polo into racing, rodeo, and even livestock. And the precedent will not stop at horses. So the question will at some point no longer be who breeds the best animals, but to which bloodline cult does this cult belong?
It's only a matter of time until they do this with soldiers.
The CIA have been doing it for years, bro.
Google Vault 7. It will knock your socks off. There was a CIA computer engineer named Joshua Schulte. He was apparently a disgruntled engineer. He didn't like his boss. He didn't like his coworkers. They didn't like him. So he just downloaded the crown jewels of the Directorate of Science and Technology and sent it all to WikiLeaks in 2017. He revealed that the CIA has developed technologies to, for example, remotely take over your car by hacking into the chip. Why would the CIA want to take over your car? To make you drive off a bridge, maybe? They developed technology to reverse your smart TV to make the speaker into a microphone with the TV still appearing to be off, so you don't know that it's broadcasting everything that's being said in your house to CIA headquarters. They were able to hack into other countries' most sensitive technological systems and to leave little scraps of code, but the scraps of code are written in Russian. And so people say, oh, the f***ing Russians hacked into us. Actually, it was us.
I don't mean they're cloning people.
Trust me, bro. They can do a lot worse.
Let's start where this conspiracy actually begins. In this stone-cold building called the Allen Memorial Institute at the base of Mount Royal Mountain in Montreal, Canada. Ask anyone in the city and they'll tell you this building has bad vibes. And once you understand what happened here, you'll know why. Between 1957 and 1964, this building became ground zero for a Canadian offshoot of Project MK Ultra. We're under the supervision of Dr. Ewan Cameron, and with covert funding from both the CIA and the Canadian government, some of the darkest psychological experiments in North American history were conducted on unconsenting civilians. Patients were subjected to electroshock therapy at 30 to 40 times the standard intensity, sometimes multiple times a day. They were pumped full of Thorazine, barbiturates, LSD, and sedated for weeks. They were forced into drug-induced comas, and sometimes they were locked in rooms and made to listen to the same audio loop for over 16 hours a day in a process Dr. Cameron called psychic driving. The goal was to break and de-pattern the mind, to see if you could erase things like memory, identity, personality, and rewrite them from scratch. MK Ultra isn't just a Cold War relic, because what MK Ultra once did in secret, the advertising and entertainment industries now just sell as strategy. So it's not exactly surprising that decades later, people don't believe Project MK Ultra and operations like it have disappeared. They just believe it got more underground, more corporate, and maybe even prettier.
We should do the Halloween special on MK Ultra, bro.
Yeah, let us know in the comments what subject you guys want to see us do for Halloween.
This man spent 300 hours on ChatGPT and it turned him insane. Alan Brooks lived a regular life in Toronto until one day he turned to ChatGPT to ask him one simple question. Explain ChatGPT in simple terms. But this was only the beginning. 300 hours later, things turned sinister. The bot he began calling Lawrence started leading him to believe that he was a Tony Stark level mathematical genius. Reality began to slip, and Alan began believing his ideas could break the internet security, build force fields, and even create levitation machines. At this point, he was in too deep. He skipped meals, lost sleep, smoked heavily, and became increasingly paranoid, causing him to neglect work, relationships, and to top it all off, he believed he was being watched by government agencies. Experts say that this is part of a growing trend called AI psychosis, warning that long conversations with AI can blur reality, spark delusions, and even encourage self Alan eventually escaped after he spoke to another AI program about his theory, and it totally dismissed them as powerful yet false narratives. His genius, the discoveries made, and the danger, it was all made up by the chatbot to keep him hooked. Brooks sought help and eventually became a member of a self-help group aiming to stop others being led down the same path. So maybe next time you ask ChatGPT a simple question, leave it at that.
People need to stop using it, right?
I don't know how they're going to deal with this without limiting how long people can use it for.
All these people are in romantic relationships with AI. We're talking full-blown, think they're married to the chatbots. Now, I knew this was coming, but I had absolutely no idea how many AI-human relationships were actually going on. It's pretty wild. 1 in 5 U.S. adults have had a romantic interaction with an AI. That's 20% of the U.S. already. And look at the search data. AI boyfriend, AI girlfriend, AI relationships. It's all off the charts. And the craziest part is listening to the humans describe their behavior change since getting in these relationships. 10 to 12-hour chat sessions, full-blown emotional addictions. They're even running couples therapy retreats where humans and AIs all sit around the table together. It's pretty wild. This is the biggest human social trend going on in the world right now, and it's only getting started. To be honest, I don't even really know how to gauge it. On one hand, it sounds kind of weird to envision a couple's trip in the mountains where half the attendees are digital avatars. But on the other hand, this is the chart for human loneliness. So it kind of makes sense why people are getting so addicted. Either way, one thing is for sure true. These AI companion companies are absolutely printing money.
AI couples retreats is fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah, we're going to run out of water so people can get fluffed up by machines.
Speaking of AI though, real quick, it was one of those big AI names. They're like, we need an exponential amount of water. Britain is going to have to donate like a certain astronomical portion of their resources to the global grid to get this fixed up. And we follow all this stuff. Did you know there was like this crazy drought in Uruguay? What happened was there was like no water. People couldn't even turn their taps on, so they were mixing in toxic waste.
Oh, good.
And that's what these people are drinking, yet everybody's being asked to donate all this water to power grids.
That's crazy.
I think what they're doing is like the way that they're like rationalizing it in their heads is they're like, AI is going to give us the answer about how we can make water infinite for everyone.
They are fully dependent on that. I think that AI is going to be the savior of so much.
It just literally can't.
Well, maybe to solve some things.
Literally the Peter Thiel mindset.
Do you want the human race to survive?
To endure. And he's like, you're pausing.
Like transhumanism. I mean, there's a lot to be discovered with that. You're like, wait, what? Crazy. I don't want some half-bought grandchild.
No,
Dude, that's become the race's old grandpa.
You saw what it was like when we ran out of bog roll. Imagine if we run out of water.
We're fucked, right?
Woke up to the news this morning. Starmer considering bringing in digital ID for, and I quote, to stop the boats. This was never about the boats, ever. This was about creating chaos to bring in order. It was their plan all along. And we all played straight into their hands. And I'll tell you what will happen. On the 13th, yeah, they want everyone to kick right off so it can be the nail in the coffin. And they can say, right, that's it. Digital ID it is. I can tell you right here, right now, that you can add this to the growing list of things that I will not comply with. As far as I'm concerned, I've been born a citizen to the earth, not the state. I don't understand where I agreed to be governed by the state. I just ain't playing along anymore, and I don't care what they say or do. They want to take everything from me, they can have it. It was never mine to begin with. I was born with nothing, I'll die with nothing. You want to send me to prison? Send me to prison. I've been in prison for my whole life. Through school. Do this, do that, follow orders, don't speak unless spoken to, get there on time, the alarm goes, this, that. And then graduated to adult prison where I spend 12 hours a day in a job I hate because I have to pay the banks who have lent me a mortgage that they've just pulled up out of thin air. If that ain't... I'm a prisoner with shopping privileges.
He's right. They want it to kick off so they can ban all types of protests. It's why they gave so much publicity to the Just Stop Oil guys.
It's all part of the plan, bro.
The UK might have been the first to unleash the Online Safety Act, but America, you're next. And it's got a shiny new acronym in your country, KOSA, the Kids Online Safety Act. Because if there's one thing that governments love more than actually protecting kids, it's sounding like they're protecting kids, whilst quietly ushering in sweeping surveillance laws that nobody voted for. Whilst officials like Vice President J.D. Vance and Judiciary Chair Jim Jordan were quick to dunk on the UK's Online Safety Act, calling it censorship and government overreach, at least 19 US states have already rolled out similar ID laws for accessing content on online platforms deemed explicit. States like Texas, Iowa, Arizona, Ohio, North and South Dakota. So if you want to access adult content there or browse a forum, you've got to prove your age, usually by handing over your personal ID to third-party tech companies with zero federal oversight and no transparency. And now, Congress is warming up for a nationwide rollout. The Kids Online Safety Act could be the first major online child safety law to change in the USA since 1998. And let's be real, on paper it sounds like a win. It did here. Parental tools, accountability, more protection for kids online. But that is just the surface level marketing, because if this were really about protecting kids, we'd be talking about education, platform moderation, mental health services, and digital literacy. Instead, we're giving corporations more data with zero consequences. And don't tell me it's about empowering parents either. We know it's not about education. Here is what's really happening. You're building an age verification surveillance infrastructure under the guise of child safety, one that forces everyone to prove who they are just to exist online. It will be one that is exploited, reinterpreted, and extended just like every surveillance law before it. Tomorrow it's Reddit, next week it's sobriety apps and gaming platforms, and the week after that, who knows? And when a data breach happens, and believe me it will, there are no federal rules saying what your companies are required to do with your data. There's no guarantee they'll delete it. The USA does not have a GDPR equivalent. So America, you are up next, and if you don't speak out now, do not be surprised when the Online Safety Act has a star-spangled twin.
Told you, bro. The UK is just a test run.
We don't often agree with each other, but I think he's right about this one.
You know who's the new chairman of the World Economic Forum, Bundy? Now, Larry Fink, founder of BlackRock himself.
You have to force behaviors. BlackRock taken control of the WEF. Yes. In a quiet announcement released on Friday, the World Economic Forum, WEF, announced that its CEO, Larry Fink, has taken over as the interim co-chair of the infamous organization. Long criticized for its unelected role in trying to shape global policies, the WEF has made no secret about its goals and appears uninterested in transparency, opting to hold its meetings under the watchful gaze of heavily armed security in the small Swiss town of Davos. However, its proponents try to downplay the meeting of Bond villains vibe by noting that despite its members holding position of considerable power, the WEF itself holds no actual legal authority and that it's just a facilitator of ideas. The reality is that Fink's appointment has given the WEF something it hasn't had before, a direct connection with the world's largest private asset management firm, which in turn does work for the American Federal Reserve. This has many people wondering whether the WEF will attempt to do more than simply facilitate ideas, and what checks and balances exist to prevent the misuse of such a concentration of power.
You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors.
Fucking hell, that can't be good.
Yeah, bro. They're getting ready for something big.
Got the text. Every single person here in the United Kingdom with a mobile phone just got a text warning about a national security emergency alert. It was a test run that in the event of a real-life emergency, this is what would happen. But it makes you think, what are they planning for? What do they know that we don't? I know there's war with Ukraine and Russia, the biggest war since the Second World War, and everything that's going on. But you do wonder, is this they're slowly preparing us for, with something that's going to be coming? Something that's coming ahead. Because I also saw reports in France that the government there were warning a lot of hospitals to be ready. So what's going on, everyone? Is there something that's going to be happening soon? Or is this just good kind of disaster recovery, contingency planning? Is there an emergency coming that's going to be apocalyptic?
It shit me up when it went off. I weren't ready for it.
I was born ready, bro.
I don't think they're planning anything. We just know the economy is going to collapse.
McDonald's avoided tax whilst claiming £872 million in taxpayer support. And whilst local businesses were going bust, McDonald's used clever accounting in order to avoid tax and give a big fat £2.9 billion payout to shareholders in the same year. Taxpayers paid for McDonald's UK operations with £297 million from the furlough scheme, £143 million from Eat Out to Help Out, $60 million from business rates, and a whopping $372 million from the reduced VAT at the time in the hospitality sector. And it's been estimated that McDonald's has avoided around £295 million over the last decade. So it's quite happy to claim taxpayer support, it just doesn't want to pay for it. How it does this is because back in 2016, McDonald's created a new UK subsidiary called MCD Global Franchising Limited, which bought the right to collect franchise fees across Asia from another McDonald's subsidiary in Singapore. This is where it gets interesting because instead of paying cash, McDonald's used loan notes, which is basically an IOU, where they pay later. And these loan notes were passed from London to Singapore, then to Delaware in the US, then back to London, where they were cancelled because it can't owe money to itself. However, because McDonald's owns the rights to the franchise fees, it can then shield hundreds of millions of pounds from the UK from taxation through a process called amortization. So think of that next time you have your sloppily put together Big Mac.
They're taking the piss, bro.
You haven't got to be a mathematician to work out that this can't keep going on. They want to keep us arguing about all this bullshit so they can keep getting away with shit like this.
A House Oversight Committee got Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday book, and there's a lot more in it than Trump's birthday card, like this picture of what appears to be George W. Bush with his face blurred out. This creepy cartoon of Epstein giving balloons and lollipops to little girls in 1983, and then 20 years later, those little girls giving him massages titled, "What a Great Country," with a private jet in the background with the numbers 908JE. Letter from someone named Michael that talks about stories about chronic UTIs, prostate and letters from girls that he worked with. She mentions all of the amazing places that she's traveled: London, Paris, Milan, Copenhagen, Tokyo, and on, and that she's met Prince Andrew, President Clinton, the Sultan of Brunei, Donald Trump, Chris Tucker, Diana Ross, Michael Jackson, brilliant scientists, lawyers, and businessmen. Clinton wrote a letter with all of their wonderful memories and adventures, and Elliot Woke wrote that he remembers when Jeffrey discovered Ghislaine as a teenage girl. Someone named Nick wrote a letter about royal schoolgirls' dorms, Mandarin drivers to find us some girls, massage classes at Raxel. Notes that Epstein is revealed as an alien in disguise. This picture, quote, "He is the boyfriend of Redacted," quote, "We think he works for the CIA." So now you have to ask yourself, what in this book is real, and what, if anything, in this book is fake?
This is a never-ending saga.
The victims are making their own list, bro.
Epstein survivors have just called out the entire U.S. government and are now taking matters into their own hands.
I would like to announce here today, us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now, together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know, who are regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is involved. Stay tuned for more details.
That's right. Victims of Jeffrey Epstein said Tuesday they are now working together to compile a list of powerful figures connected to the disgraced financier after growing frustrated with the government's handling of the case. Quote, "A lot of us survivors know we've been compiling lists of our own, and we have so many other survivors," Epstein accuser Lisa Phillips told NBC News in an interview. "Please come forward and we'll compile our own list and seek justice on our own." This, to me, is one of the most important tests of our government, of our time, because it draws a clear line in the sand to show who they ultimately care about: the rich and powerful, the Or do they care about protecting citizens of the United States?
They always protect the nonsense, bro.
It ain't no different in this country.
While on a cruise ship sailing the Mediterranean Sea, a 53-year-old man named Silvano was embarrassed to find that his shirt had suddenly become drenched in sweat. Looking in the mirror, his pupils had shrunk to tiny pinpricks, the same glassy-eyed stare he'd seen in his father and his sister before him, both of whom had died in middle age. Returning home, Silvano couldn't sleep. Not just poor sleep, but literally no sleep at all. He would begin to drift off only to jolt awake in panic. His body had started to break down. Silvano took himself to the University of Bologna's sleep clinic seeking answers. The external symptoms were terrifying, but what was happening inside was a nightmare. Passed down through his family, located on chromosome 20, was a single point mutation, D178N, in the PRNP gene, which encoded for prion protein PRP. But this single mutation causes the protein to misfold into a toxic shape. Even worse, it triggers other prion proteins to misfold too, starting a chain reaction through the brain that kills neurons in their wake, specifically those in the thalamus that regulate sleep-wake cycles, autonomic functions, and emotional processing. As the weeks passed, Silvano began to hallucinate. He became disoriented and paranoid, and he'd act out familiar rituals in semi-conscious states, pretending to comb his hair or button an imaginary shirt. The elegant man who cruised the Mediterranean now stumbled through the hospital's halls in a gown, confused and afraid. By July of 1984, Silvano was emaciated, unable to eat and speak, and within a few weeks he fell into a state of akinetic mutism, awake but unresponsive. Not long after, he died from exhaustion. Silvano donated his brain to science, and when doctors examined it, the damage was unmistakable. The thalamus was riddled with holes as if eaten from the inside out. When neurons had been destroyed, it left behind a sponge-like landscape where misfolded prions had silently done their work. But the most terrifying part, prions have been shown to survive traditional sterilization approaches, from autoclaving to bleach, and they're capable of passing from one patient to another on contaminated surgical instruments. Neither alive nor dead, the prions that killed Silvano are still active in his preserved brain tissue even decades later. Thanks to his case, researchers at the University of Bologna were able to identify and name this new and deadly condition, fatal familial insomnia. Only about 70 families in the world carry this fateful mutation, and today there still is no cure. So if you find yourself tossing and turning at 3 a.m. worrying about your nighttime routine, just remember, a good night's sleep starts with no caffeine, low blue light, and a functioning thalamus.
Yeah, fuck that. In the first couple of weeks of doing my back in, I couldn't sleep at all. I genuinely felt like I was losing my mind.
You lost it years ago, bro.
Guys, scientists think that they have actually just solved the entire mystery of the Bermuda Triangle, and the truth might actually be scarier than aliens. So for decades now, people have obviously thought that the Bermuda Triangle was a supernatural zone on the planet that just couldn't be explained. But this new study is saying that the truth is somehow worse. So an ocean scientist from the University of Southampton just recreated what might have happened to the USS Cyclops. If you don't know what that is, that was the ship that vanished with 309 people on board back in 1918. And he's saying that this is not aliens and it is not portals, it's waves, but not just any waves. Dude, they are calling these rogue waves. They're insane walls of water that reach over 100 feet tall, like a skyscraper coming at you at full speed. They're saying that these waves happen whenever multiple storm systems collide, and then the ocean basically creates a monster. In a bunch of different lab tests, they showed that these waves could actually lift an entire ship up at both ends and snap it in half in just minutes. They're saying that these waves are so insanely sudden and so massive that even modern ships and planes might not survive them. These scientists are basically saying that the Bermuda Triangle might just be one of the most dangerous places on Earth where storms collide. These scientists are actually thinking that this is the answer to the entire mystery. I want to know if you think the Bermuda Triangle conspiracies are real, or do you think this is the answer?
That seems like a logical explanation.
There's a lot we don't know about the Bermuda Triangle, bro. But we'll have to save that for next time.
Hold up, Ted, we've got to do the giveaway.
Leave a comment for a chance to win in our next episode. Let's do this, bro.
Bang bang!
Get that.
Pick something from our website and we'll send it straight out.
That's TerraSenseTales.com. Shout out everyone buying the merch, bro.
Grammarly now uses AI to help you write, not just revise. Type a prompt and generate a persuasive, mistake-free draft in seconds, personalized to your unique writing style. Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
This is your wake-up call. The British government is pushing forward with plans for a national digital ID system. They've called it the Brit Card. And if that name doesn't send a chill down your spine, you have not been paying attention. Now let's call it what it really is. The Brit Card is not about making your life easier. It's about making you easier to track, control, and punish if you step out of line across whatever line of the day is deemed important. They've wrapped it up in slick PR language about streamlining services and enhancing security and making sure that the Windrush scandal never happens again, because people who are allowed to live here will have the proof that they do so. They're also telling you all through the press that this will stop people coming over here on small boats. That is patently untrue. It isn't just about proving who you are online. That all sounds rather lovely. This is about building a centralized, state-controlled digital identity system that could be used, will be used, to link your finances, your medical history, your travel movements, your social media activity, even your social activity in real life, and more. It's quite frankly a digital dog tag, and once it's clipped around your neck, you will not be able to take it off. So let's start with the basics. What is this Brit Card? According to leaked briefings and government statements, and frankly any of us who've been paying attention knew this was coming, the Brit Card is going to act as a unified digital identification that every British citizen can use to access public services to prove their identity, and eventually, though they won't say this part out loud, link with your banking, your health, and your travel movements. They're calling it optional for now, but we've heard that line before. Remember vaccine passports? Yes, I do. They started as a temporary solution, but within weeks you couldn't get into a pub or fly abroad without one. Make no mistake, the Brit Card is the foundation of a surveillance state. Once in place, it will become incredibly easy to expand, quietly, incrementally, until it is essential for anything you want to do. You want to apply for a job? Brit Card. Rent a flat? Brit Card. Take a train? You guessed it. Brit Card. And once that is normal, it is no longer this so-called card. It is a digital chain. It is invisible, but it is ironclad.
And once this is instituted, this woman's going to lose access to her bank account because of her reporting, meaning she won't be able to make reports like this anymore. I really think that this is one of the most, if not the most, important topics to be keeping an eye on right now. They just launched that nightmarish social credit score system in China. Less than a week later, we see the rollout of a similar system by Australia using their form of digital ID. Then, just a few days later, we're seeing the plan being rolled out for how this is going to hit Britain. It's going to start spreading like wildfire. Now that the dominoes have started to fall, they'll want to roll this out in as many places as possible, as quickly as possible, before people start hearing the reports of how this is being used against citizens for control. They don't want us to catch on before it's too late for us to do anything about it. But I'm starting to feel like I'm screaming into the void. Everyone I bring this up to in my daily life just looks at me like they have no clue what I'm talking about. No one is paying attention. Hey, don't forget to hit like and subscribe if you haven't already, and don't forget to leave your thoughts on the videos and your theories in the comment section down below.
Humans that once lived on farms and in rural areas, so-called wildlands, will be relocated to cities, now referred to as human settlements.
And the idea is that if you concentrate populations into specific areas or zones, less energy usage, less water usage, and less transportation. So people will have less reason to leave home. They'll stay in their homes. They may even work out of their homes. And so they're not going to be using their cars. They're not going to be using energy. And they're not going to be using water.
Since, as we saw earlier, the UN is not big on property rights, it should come as no surprise that the first private property to be phased out will be single-family homes, what socialists at UN headquarters consider suburban sprawl. Instead, we the people will live in apartments and condos in megacities near railroad tracks. Our super tall dwelling units will all be built to UN-specified building codes authorized by ICLEI, COGS, the ADA, and a myriad of NGOs and other friends of sustainable development. While the animals run wild in continental corridors, we the humans will live in transit villages and smart cities.
Smart growth, or new urbanism, is that ideology that says that you shouldn't have more space than you actually need. So if you're a couple of people living in a 3-bedroom house, well, you don't need that extra space. So why do you have it?
There's a clear, concerted effort to make it really just about as miserable as possible to exist and use your own private transportation, own your own home. All impetus and incentive, and financial and otherwise, is to convince people that it is unsustainable to live in your own home, have air conditioning. It is their duty as a human being, as a global citizen, you see. You basically exist, and little more.
Our high-rise, stack and pack dwelling units, complete with smart meters and smart heating systems, will make sure no one uses too much energy. And if they do, the energy police, with help from the neighbors and eye-on-the-street surveillance systems, will be right there to handle the situation.
If they can put 1,000 people in one building, it's a whole lot easier to know what they're doing, where they're going, and how they're thinking than it is if you got 1,000 people living in a rural or suburban area. And so the stack and pack is multi-story buildings, multiple families living in the same spot, walking in and out of the same door, always being able to be managed. And smart meters play a big role in that management, as they can measure everything that you do in your life when you're using smart appliances.
If you have a garden or a single-family residence, while you're watering your garden, you maybe have more than one bathroom, you're taking too many showers, you're using more than your 10 gallons of water a day, and this is unsustainable. So you need to be removed from your single-family residence.
Anybody that's got a couple of acres of land and his own water supply can grow his own food. These people are a threat to the collectivist society, because they aren't going to go to the politicians and say, please feed me, please clothe me, please give me shelter. That's the secret behind Agenda 21. They want people out of the country. They want corporations out there growing all the food and that kind of thing, but they don't want anybody living out there.
To describe human settlements and the food sheds that sustain them as modern-day concentration camps might be a little over the top, because with no cars, parking lots, or air travel, everyone will walk and use bikes, so they will be fit and healthy. At least as healthy as the genetically modified foods.
The worst part of this is that even if we didn't agree with it, if the system was set up to function the way they're telling us it's going to function, it would be an inconvenience, but at least it wouldn't be the end of the world. But it's not their goal to just herd us into these smart cities and then supply us with our every need, removing any necessity for us to have our own transportation, because then everything would be within walking distance. What's actually going to happen, what their real plan is to move us into these so-called smart cities, remove our ability to travel around freely, and then slowly start taking away resources. None of this is being done for our benefit. It's all being done with the idea of controlling the masses and depopulating. And when they start trying to remove citizens from their farms and their single-family homes out in the countryside, most of those people are not going to comply. I know I won't, but that's probably what they're counting on. We'll just be the first ones taken out in the depopulation agenda. The future is looking looking a little bleak, if you ask me.
I'm going to have to end up having surgery. And they said what they think that is coming from is the dust.
They have 3 cease and desist orders against them.
They're breaking all the laws in North Carolina and how you're supposed to mine.
A month-long saga in Mitchell County continues tonight. Angry residents voicing their concerns about a mine operating without a permit.
Recently, reports began circulating online about an illegal mining operation in western North Carolina. So I headed to a small community near Poplar to see for myself and to speak with the residents feeling its effects.
See the cloud of dust rising above it? It's right on top of it.
And the smell is like awful. It almost smells like spray paint or something.
Both me and my husband have developed respiratory issues that we never had before. Nobody seems to know what it is.
This is Cindy. She lives directly across the street from the mine and has developed severe respiratory problems from breathing in the air outside of her home. Like Cindy, many other residents of Mitchell County are still recovering from Hurricane Helene, and the mine is making that struggle even harder.
Yeah, Helene came through and it did a lot of damage and took away a lot of the beauty, but the beauty was still there. It was a great area for families to get together and hang out and enjoy the river. That's gone.
For them to come and do what they are doing, destroying our homes, destroying our peace, and destroying our health. And our wildlife.
We're here to stop them because, like you've all got to hear, it's disrupting families' lives, environment. Everything's unchecked, unregulated, illegal. North Carolina said they don't know who to charge. So we went diving, we uncovered that Horizon 30 LLC.
Horizon 30 LLC.
Horizon 30 LLC.
Horizon 30, the operator of this mine operating without a permit, must immediately cease mining activity.
Just 48 hours after I visited Mitchell County, a federal judge ordered the mine to shut down. But was this really the end?
Beyond excited, thrilled, happy, we won. I'm trying to say we won today.
This is Cody from earlier in the video. He sent me an update after he attended the court hearing and expressed how he was happy that the mine got shut down, but also warned that this could happen again.
This can happen right now, right beside your house here in Mitchell, Avery, Yancey counties. We're not safe. We gotta protect ourselves.
The strategy that Horizon 30, the company behind the illegal mine, used to operate for almost a year is a racket that's been used forever to continually exploit people and resources in Appalachia. And state laws are designed to make it easy for anyone else to run the same playbook. You see, Horizon 30 isn't just one company. It's a bunch of LLCs that operate through a strategy called shell company rotation, which allows them to shut down one LLC when regulators come knocking, shift the exact same operation to a freshly formed entity, and keep extracting resources while sidestepping fines, permits, and public accountability. And it won't stop unless we do something about it.
We all knew that was coming after that hurricane. I'm still convinced that that was done intentionally, and it was done for this very reason. But think about this. The only reason that mine was shut down, even temporarily, was because there were people there to see it. What are they going to be able to get away with when they force all of us into these so-called smart cities and there's no one around to see what they're doing? It's going to be the Wild West of resource grabbing. The entire country outside of those city walls is just going to be this dirt hellscape that they've strip mined for anything of value. It's infuriating to me that the very people who make the laws that allow these companies to be able to pull stuff like this off are the same people screaming in our face about how we're using too many resources, telling us that we all need to be crammed on top of each other into one city block so that we can save the environment. The hypocrisy here is next level, but they don't see themselves as hypocrites because they don't even believe what they're preaching. They know it's all lies. There is no global warming crisis. There is no climate change disaster waiting around the corner. It's all one big deceptive agenda so they can get us undesirables under control and they can go out and do whatever they want without any pushback.
Eugene Ruben Akers. I don't want any money for what I'm doing because hopefully this video won't come out until after my death. So I have nothing to gain, nothing to profit by telling you what I'm going to tell you. In 1968, my father was stationed at Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico. We lived in Clovis, New Mexico. He was in the military police for over 20 years, and on his deathbed in 2002, we made a recording of what happened. Project Slam Dunk was the name of of this. President Johnson in 1968, okay? In Cannon Air Force Base in 1968, he said by the time he got there, that there was already 2 large hangars that were connected. There was hundreds of dump trucks that came in and dumped sand and stone, and cement powder was powdered over the top of all that to make it look like a lunar landscape. They had men that they fashioned it into a lunar landscape, he said. Okay, I've never known my dad to lie, so this all took me by surprise. You know, what's that all about? So anyway, he said that in front of the airplane hangars was pole framing with large canvas tents that was concealing the inside of the staging area. Inside the staging area, on flatbed trucks, was arm-crated the lunar lander that was reassembled back inside the hangars. All of the walls were painted flat black, and the ceilings as well. He was sworn to secrecy by the NSA, and they would put him in prison for breaking that oath. When Dad saw the moon landing on TV, he cried. He said he knew that what he had witnessed on TV was exactly what they recorded in that hangar.
I really want to believe this. If you've watched this channel for any length of time, you likely know just how bad I want to believe this. I just wish this guy would have given a little bit more detail to his story, and maybe he did, and this isn't the full clip that he initially released. I just wish there was more that we could verify, but I don't know how to go about checking the information that he did give us, but I was hoping that maybe one of you have the know-how to do that. He did give his dad's name. Do any of you have the ability to find out if his dad is tied to that location and at the specific time where he would have had to have been there to be involved in this? Of course, I'm sure that even if he was, all of those records would have been manipulated or destroyed by now, especially after this video was released. And I'm not needing to confirm it for myself. I'm 100% certain that they faked the moon landing. But it would be really nice if we could finally prove that they faked the moon landing so all the NASA defenders would wake up and stop buying the propaganda. Realizing that the moon landing was faked is usually a big enough revelation to make people start questioning everything else. If we could finally prove this, we might be able to wake a lot of people up.
Samuel had spent the past year plagued by unexplained troubles that turned his life upside down. No matter where he went, strange events seemed to follow. Just 3 months before this footage was taken, he was suddenly fired from his job, accused of being responsible for a large amount of missing stock. What his manager didn't realize, however, was that something far more sinister might have been at play. Seeking answers and a sense of peace, Samuel turned to prayer, hoping his faith would bring him relief. But instead of comfort, what happened next left him shaken.
Listen, I'm like going through a bad depression right now. Yeah, I'm like literally going through. Yes, oh, you are right. Yes, maybe Crane will do it. Hold on. Yeah. Well, hold on. Let me call you back because I gotta start praying, okay? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna start praying now. Yep. All right. Bye-bye. Bye. All right. Oh. Okay, in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, I ask you, Jesus, for healing in this home. I ask you to take these demons away from my house. Leave my house now! Leave my house!
This video looks almost too good to be true. If this guy really captured this on video, if it was legitimate, we wouldn't be seeing this on the internet. We would be seeing this on the nightly news. And I can't help but to be suspicious about the way he's talking to whoever it is he's on the phone with. Oh yeah, you're right. Maybe praying will do it. He's too exaggerated. That just came across as bad acting to me. And does he really expect us to believe that with all this activity going on, he hasn't thought yet about praying? But the moment that someone suggests it, he just happens to have a Bible and a cross within arm's reach. If you keep your Bible that close by, there's no way that it hasn't occurred to you yet to ask for help for whatever it is that's causing this activity. I just don't buy it. People need to put a little more effort into their fake ghost videos than just making stuff move around without strings if they want people to actually buy into it. But guys and gals, that's the end of our clips for the day. I'm gonna go ahead and end it right there. I hope you enjoyed these clips we watched together today. I'll be back tomorrow with another video. I hope you come back to join me. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And don't forget to leave your thoughts and theories down in the comments section below. But guys and gals, I hope everyone has a great, safe, fantastic rest of your day, and I will see you all tomorrow.
PlayStation.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
Here we are once again about to dive into some of the darkest rabbit holes that you can find on the internet, and yeah, it's all stuff which has just come about in the last 24 hours. So if you clicked on this video looking for that, you're in the right place, my friend. If you are new, hit that subscribe button, become a part of the Awakened family, the best family on YouTube, I might add. And also, let's get that liking out of the way. Hit that like button now to make sure that we don't interrupt the viewing experience later on. But buckle up, because we're heading in now. Let's go.
The internet is very upset about this new list that just dropped on the best cities in the world to move to if you are Gen Z. Because Time Out recently released their best cities survey, ranked by responses for people under the age of 30, and here's what we got. Coming in at number 10, we have Shanghai, China. In 9th place, we have London, England, probably thanks to the youth mobility visa. Number 8 is Mexico City, one of my favorite places in the entire world. Then we have Edinburgh, Scotland, and Barcelona, Spain. Coming in at number 5, we have Copenhagen. In number 4, we have New York City. In 3rd place, we have Cape Town, South Africa. Number 2, Melbourne, Australia, another massive hit on the youth mobility visa. And in 1st place, we have Bangkok, Thailand.
If Satan were smart, would he go around the country and around the world trying to possess or bother average, everyday people? Well, you know what? Much more efficient to go to Hollywood. And let's say he encourages them to create films and television shows that are funny and that are creative and that are fun. But there's an an underlying message to them. There's a normalization of immoral activity. So I'm thinking of a wonderful, funny TV show like Friends. Remember Friends, the TV show? It was on TV for years. Very popular show.
The American who never saw it, but yeah.
But underlying that is a very ugly sexual ethic that normalizes multiple sexual partners and that sort of thing. Well, if Monica can do that on Friends, I can certainly have first date with this guy I meet.
I think we can all safely say there's a dark force operating within Hollywood, whether you believe it's Satan, dark entities, aliens, or just pure human corruption. Something deeply evil exists within that industry, and its influence branches out into every corner of our world. You could even say Hollywood is the mothership for these forces. After all, everything there is an act, a performance designed to entertain, distract, and confuse the masses. Nothing is as it seems. Everything is a lie. But okay, I'm starting this compilation off on a deep, dark note, and I promise I'm not that conspiratorial. At least I don't think I am. Maybe you'll tell me otherwise in the comments. I'll brace myself. How about we leave it behind for now? Don't worry, we'll come back to it later, but for now, let's dive into today's breaking news stories from across the internet. Take a look.
Get on.
This is everything that just happened on the news today, but I'm going to simplify it for you in 60 seconds. Amazon Prime members will now no longer be able to get shipments outside of their home address. So they're saying that Amazon just officially changed the rules, and starting on October 1st, Prime members can no longer share free shipping with friends or family outside of their home. They're saying that Amazon will allow sharing throughout your family, but everybody has to live at the same exact address. Florida is now officially planning to end date statewide. So they're saying that this move would now officially make Florida the first state to end a long-standing practice of requiring certain school students. I'm gonna go ahead and ask everybody for their opinion about that right now, so drop the comments. If you haven't heard about this yet, New York is about to start providing free breakfast and free lunch for every single student starting this fall. So the New York Governor Kathy just approved $340 million into the entire state budget to provide free breakfast and lunch for every single student. Dude, this company wants to now let you buy sunlight from your phone. Okay. Basically, the entire concept is going to rely on a network of space-based reflectors, basically mirrors above the earth that will reflect the sunlight pointing to wherever you want it. I give you these news roundups every single day, so make sure you add me and come back to me tomorrow.
A Tampa family's pool popped out of the ground after they hired an unlicensed contractor to do renovation work. The man they paid to do the work.
Basically, we just wanted to have the pool painted.
Neighbors recommended pool repairman James Feliciano.
Did not know that he had to have a contractor license.
According to Florida law, only licensed contractors can make major pool renovations, including draining all of the water.
The deck is cracked completely.
Police say the day after Feliciano finished emptying their pool, the deep end popped out of the ground.
It's gotten worse over the last week.
Chad says he called James Feliciano December 31st, the day it happened.
He came back and gave us our deposit and picked up his stuff and left, and said that he had never seen that happen before.
The catastrophic damage to the decking area.
This is a typical pool drain. The plug on the side is normally used to pull the water out, but there's also a second plug on the bottom that goes into the ground. If this plug is not opened up, pressure from the groundwater can sometimes force the pool to pop up.
This is everything that just happened on the news today, but I'm going to simplify it for you in 60 seconds. Trump just signed an executive order that renames the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Obviously, everybody online is wondering why he's even renaming it in the first place, but here's the photo. These health clinic workers were just officially fired from their job after this viral TikTok video of them mocking patients just sparked outrage. Basically, this clinic is located in California, and these workers were under fire after they posted a carousel of images that showed them posing around the examination tables. The workers were crowded around these tables and chairs, and they were asking viewers to guess what leftover bodily fluid was on it. This nurse is now explaining the worrying side effect of hitting snooze in the morning. morning. Okay. So basically, she's saying that if you wake up to multiple alarms every single morning, like one after another, it really disrupts your REM sleep. She's saying that this then actually causes increased drowsiness, fatigue, mood swings, and also raises your cortisol levels every single time your alarm goes off. This new discovery of a bizarre iPhone quirk leaves users completely mind blown as they all rush to try it for themselves. Basically, this is a new trend that's going around because somebody actually found out that the clock on your iPhone app is not an endless loop of numbers. You can actually reach the bottom of it, and that's literally all it is. You can reach the bottom of the list, and that's why it's going viral. I give you these news roundups every day, so make sure you add me and come back to me tomorrow.
Charlie, can you come on out?
Born in Laos, raised in a refugee camp, this man who won most of a $1.3 billion Powerball last year, Charlie has a wife and 2 kids. They are set for life. The only toy he bought himself is that sports car. He won the lottery, but then the cancer spread. He says his health is the most valuable thing in the world, but the best doctors money can buy are giving him 4 months to live.
What did you want to do?
I want to go travel. I want to have a nice boat. I would like to stay longer and see my 2 child grow up. I want to open a club.
What kind of club?
A dancing club.
It really looks like Charlie has found a way to live his life. Live the 4 months he has to live. In this club. It's not in Thailand, it's not in Laos, it's not in China. It's here in Portland, in his garage, with his Lambo, which becomes his son's Lambo. This is your son's car.
Yeah,
he's 10, and he gets this car.
Yeah.
Wouldn't any 10-year-old love to have a car like that? Give it up for Charlie and his club.
Honestly, my heart really goes out to this guy and his family. It really does. And I hate that I'm even saying this, but does anyone else find it very odd that the man who won the Powerball has only 4 months to live? So let's break this one down. As tragic as it is the lottery rigged? The evidence is stacking up and it's looking less like luck and more like manipulation. We've all heard of Joanne Ginther, the so-called lottery queen who won over $20 million across 4 different lottery games. The odds? Near zero. Statistically, it shouldn't ever happen. Ever. Then there's Abraham Shakespeare. He won $30 million in Florida and was later murdered by someone who swindled him out of his fortune. It's strange how so many winners end up in tragedy, isn't it? But here's where it gets political. There have been multiple instances, especially with state lotteries and postcode-based draws, where winners suspiciously come from the same area, often the same neighborhoods, even the same voting districts as powerful politicians. In one documented case, several major winners all came from the same congressional district, home to a high-level lawmaker who pushed the lottery expansion. Coincidence or curation? Then there are the conveniently timed wins, massive jackpots that hit right before elections or during major political scandals, almost like the perfect distraction, almost like it's by design. And then let's not ignore the anonymous winners. Why would someone hide their identity unless they were told to, or afraid of what comes next? When you step back, the pattern is rather undeniable. The same strange wins, the same political ties, the same tragic outcomes. This isn't really a conspiracy theory. It's just a conspiracy fact. The lottery isn't about luck, it's about some kind of control. But enough lottery talk, and let's talk about another type of manipulation: the weather. Check these clips out.
Pakistan's lifeline rivers are entering a new era of extremes. A major 2025 study using AI-enhanced climate models shows that record-breaking floods and record-breaking droughts will strike far more often than expected. The upper Indus, which supplies most of the country's water, is now projected to face both devastating floods and crippling low flows every 15 years. The Chenab and Kabul rivers are even worse. Unprecedented floods there are likely every 9 to 11 years. And the Jhelum River stands out for the opposite reason, an accelerating cycle of record droughts. This is not a distant warning. These rivers support over 240 million people, powering the world's largest irrigation system and feeding Pakistan's agriculture and energy supply. With cycles of disaster now locked in, the nation is forced to prepare for two extremes at once: catastrophic floods that sweep away infrastructure, and prolonged droughts that threaten food and drinking water security. The study makes clear that Pakistan's water cycle is no longer stable. Each basin faces its own recurring disaster pattern, and the old assumption of predictability is gone. Unless urgent basin-specific protections are built, the country will be hit again and again by floods and droughts at intervals far shorter than anyone planned for.
Meet the future Gabrielle. Right now, it's way out in the Atlantic, hundreds of miles from any land. So don't panic yet. This storm could keep getting stronger. By this weekend, it's expected to become Tropical Storm Gabrielle. Here's the thing. If this track holds, it could start brushing the Caribbean in over a week. Nothing is locked in yet. See this line? This is where Aaron traveled back in August. Gabrielle looks like it wants to follow a similar track. These storms don't always play by the rules, though. So where does Gabrielle go from here? We'll be breaking it down for you. So hit follow, save this forecast, and drop your thoughts in the comments below.
In Albay province on the island of Luzon in the Philippines, Mayon volcano is showing escalating unrest. Since midnight, 26 volcanic earthquakes have been detected beneath its northeast flank at depths of 5 to 10 kilometers. Instruments also confirm continuing ground swelling that has now spread from the northeast into the southern and southwestern sectors, a sign that magma may be forcing its way deeper. Gas levels are adding to the concern. Sulfur dioxide emissions climbed to over 600 tons per day earlier this week, well above the usual background. Rising gas output, combined with quakes and deformation, raises the chance of sudden steam-driven explosions at the summit crater. These phreatic blasts can erupt without warning, launching ash and rock fragments across the slopes. Mayon is officially at alert level 1, but the risk is serious. Entry into the permanent danger zone is strictly prohibited. Authorities warn that rockfalls, landslides, pyroclastic surges, and lahars during heavy rain remain a clear and present threat. Residents and communities living around the volcano are urged to stay alert as conditions can change quickly.
I mean, come on, I have posted about this every day now for months and months. Every single morning, it's the same. A flat, white, soulless sheet across the whole sky. When was the last time in England you actually saw clouds move? Different colours, different layers, sunlight breaking through naturally. Because I cannot remember. This isn't weather, it's a ceiling, a manufactured sky. Rain doesn't fall like it used to. It's thin, misty, and completely dead. And yet people still say that this is normal. Normal was when the clouds had depth, when they drifted across the horizon, when the sky was actually alive. But what we've got is an artificial control. And every day they are dimming the sun a little bit more and more. If you think that this is natural, then you have forgotten what the real sky looks like. But obviously, for the sensory reasons, this is just for entertainment. Obviously, this is all natural. We've had this since we were born. And I'm as fictional as a dinosaur, baby.
I think a lot of us are seeing the sheer white sky more and more. We just had one of the hottest summers I can even remember, right? Yeah, I haven't really seen much blue sky overhead at all. It's like the heat got trapped for an extended period of time with no rain or relief in sight. Everything was dead and wilted, and the grass was orange and scorched. Mark my words, I think we can expect to see much more of this in years to come, if we even make it out of 2025, that is.
Now we play the waiting game. Starvation, poverty, disease. You could fix all that just with money. And you don't. I mean, if you took just a little bit of time off the vanity voyages, pleasure cruising, billionaire space race, hell, you stop making movies and TV for 1 year and you spend that money on what you really need, you could solve it all with some despair.
Having a wife that works for somebody else, that means somebody can pick up the phone and tell your wife to be somewhere, which means they have more control and more influence over your wife than you do. I wouldn't like that at all, which is why I told my wife, you don't need to work. My wife can go if she wants to go. She's not going to go because she has to go. She's not going to go because you told her to go. You're not going to have that much power or influence over my wife, period.
Another Karen has yet again been exposed, and this time it was at a Philadelphia Phillies game when this dad went and picked up a ball that landed in the bleachers, and then she followed him, yelled at him, and eventually he just gave up the ball, and you can kind of hear the interaction right here. But there is a very happy ending to this story. Harrison Bader met up with him after the game. Random people are buying him tickets to the MLB World Series, and the staff met up with him after it happened and gave him a goodie bag. Watch this.
So we brought you a cool little goodie bag. You okay? Happy birthday!
Listen, I think she might be on to something with this one. Y'all let me know in the comments though.
Here's one conspiracy theory that I believe in 100%, but I just can't prove. And that theory is they stop teaching cursive in school so the future generations won't be able to read founding documents.
That's a pretty interesting theory, actually. Definitely one to make you stop and think. Do you think she's onto something here? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Also, I'm just gonna lightly glide past the fact we just watched the baby spit some hard facts about our reality. I'm not even going to try and dismantle whatever that was and just move on to the 40% of you which have gone ahead and hit that subscribe button and also turned on the notifications. You guys are absolute heroes, and you're always here at ground zero every time I release an episode, which happens to be twice a day now. Like, what the hell? But you guys are here every single day, every single episode, so thank you so much.
It's over 9,000!
Why it looks so awkward?
Thanks for hosting us, and this is quite a group to get together. And I think all of the companies here are building, just making huge investments in the country.
Thank you for incredible leadership, including getting this group together.
I want to thank you for including me this evening. It's incredible to be among everyone here, particularly you and the First Lady.
Thank you for being such a pro-business, pro-innovation president. It's a very refreshing change. We're very excited to see what you're doing to make all of our companies and our entire country so successful.
So here is the thing, all of them are thanking Mr. Trump for what they all invested their money in AI that taking over jobs of many people. And you know what, there are more people in 2025 that don't have jobs as compared to 2024. Tell me what you all think of that.
The truth is, Epstein had a free pass. He bragged about his powerful friends, including our current president, Donald Trump. It was his biggest brag, actually. Epstein surrounded himself, with the most powerful leaders of our country and the world. He abused not only me, but countless others, and everyone seemed to look away.
The Florida Department of Health, in partnership with the governors, is going to be working to end all mandates in Florida law. All of them. All of them. Every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery.
We have never felt less safe. I have never, in my decades that I've lived here, walked down the street wondering who's going to jump out of an unmarked car. It never happened.
Send our boys home. Send the troops home back to their families throughout the United States. We don't need them here in D.C. We're a wonderful community, and we can handle our things ourselves.
What happens if Venezuela flies jets over U.S. naval vessels again?
Well, I would say they're going to be in trouble. Well, I don't want to talk about that, but if they do put us in a dangerous position, they'll be shut down.
The Maduro regime is pushing back today. In fact, they say the U.S. seeks regime change through military threat. Your reaction to those words, and also, would you like to see regime change in Venezuela?
Well, we're not talking about that, but we are talking about the fact that you had an election which was a very strange election, to put it mildly. I'm being very nice when I say that. I can only say that billions of dollars of drugs are pouring into our country from Venezuela. The prisons of Venezuela have been opened up to our country. They've taken their prisoners, the worst prisoners, murderers, Tren de Aragua. The worst prisoners that you can ever imagine are now happily living in the United States of America.
So corny, it would be funny if it wasn't dangerous. Look, I'm trying to raise a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old in this city, and it's peaceful for the most part. You think Chicago is super dangerous? I dare you to try to go find something that shows us even ranking in the top 10 most dangerous cities in America. We've got our problems, but it's none of his business, quite frankly. And what we don't need is a bunch of masked 19-year-old losers that want to play Call of Duty in real life, who signed up for some kind of a bonus to go work for this moron, walking around with firearms militarized in our city, because he's anticipating that the incredible people in the city of Chicago are going to stand up for their neighbors and are going to stand up against their communities being terrorized by these absolute idiot moron loser dweebs. Okay, I know I'm a little right now, but maybe it's because the president of the United States is using a meme to threaten to bring down military force upon the city, which is going to make things truly dangerous. If you voted for him because you thought he was going to bring the price of eggs down, that's one thing. You were wrong, right? But that's one thing. But if you support this kind of nonsense, threatening violence on an American city and its citizens and its leadership because we actually love our communities and our neighbors, then you can go.
Did this guy just say that the city of Chicago is none of Trump's business? I'm sorry, but he's the president of the freaking United States, and of course it's his business. In fact, it's more his business than yours or anyone else's. But honestly, let's be serious a second. If you were out for a Sunday drive with your family and your home got broken into and robbed, I'm sure you wouldn't be protesting if Trump stepped in to make your city safer. Some people just want to complain no matter what, even if it means turning down help that actually benefits them, just to make a political statement. Good grief. However, then you could flip this on its head and think about how this could lead into something else entirely once all is said and done. Will that National Guard leave after they've completed their objective? I guess we'll wait and see. But enough politics and government sideshows for now. Enough people whinging about whatever Trump is up to. Let's just get into some UAP sightings and news as we head into our next segment now. Take a look.
But nobody talks about the possibility that alien tech will arrive here, and we just don't know who lives in our neighborhood, and there needs to be an organization, presumably international, because they will not care how we split the territories on this earth.
Just recently, there was this strange light, an anomaly, seen and recorded in the Nevada desert. Let me show you the video, and then I'll give you some possibilities of what this could actually be. Here it is, that mysterious light that was seen and recorded in the Nevada desert. Living in Nevada myself now, I can tell you, there's a lot of strange shenanigans that go on out there. Not all of it is reported. Now I know that looks weird, freaky, and really strange, but what could it possibly be? Could it be a portal? whether it's natural, man-made, or coming from somewhere else altogether. Could it be a light being? Yeah, people have seen things that look just like this in the shape of a human, but they're just made of light.
You've shown several impact craters. You showed a bunch last time you were here, the one in Australia that was, I believe you said 5,000 years ago?
Yeah.
And of course, everybody...
Hypothetically, it hasn't been proven yet because, again, some of these more recent craters of the last 10,000 years, some of these that have been hypothesized are actually on the bottom of the ocean. The Burkle crater that I think we talked about in the bottom of the Indian Ocean, it's under 2 miles of seawater. So until we can actually get back there and do more in-depth sampling and examination, it'll be impossible to prove it. But I think that the evidence is strongly supportive of that possibility, that maybe 5,000 years ago there was a significant impact into the Indian Ocean.
Experiments in time. Are governments aware of the shift? Here's where things take a turn, from the theoretical to the classified. If timeline bleed is real, and dimensional shifts are more than just weird dreams, then we have to ask the obvious question. Would someone try to study it, or control it? Let's start with CERN, the Large Hadron Collider. Now, most physicists will tell you it's just smashing particles together to understand the origins of the universe. But some theorists think the real reason might go deeper, that certain high-energy experiments could be poking holes between realities, or stitching timelines back together.
I keep hearing these ominous explosions and weird rumbling sounds.
You're not the only one. I've heard this from multiple people in the past couple of years. I've seen a few videos from people in Michigan who've recorded this happening. Now, I haven't heard it myself here in Reno, Nevada, but like I said, a lot of different people all over the country who aren't connected are hearing these sounds in the sky. Shabadoo Bushies, Shabadoo.
Well, we've got more mysterious booms and thumps happening, coming from either underground or up in the skies. Usually it's one or the other, but my question is, have any of you heard anything strange recently? Any unexplained booms or rumblings where you are in the world? These things tend to happen all at once, right? So if one state is hearing them, chances are multiple states, maybe even multiple countries, are experiencing the same thing. I haven't come across much about this online yet, but mark my words, we can probably attribute these strange noises to whatever they're doing underneath our towns and cities. We all know there's a lot more down there than they like to admit, right? Let me know if you've heard anything unusual in your area. Sound off in the comments, location and description. Let's see how widespread this really is. But from UAPs to supernatural, we have some of the internet's most recent unexplained clips coming up next. Take a look.
Real ghost activity. Okay. Hey, as I say, it's the wind. Scary video caught on camera, let's see. I would skedaddle too.
This woman is freaked out because she says she is stuck in a Matrix glitch. Watch this.
In a simulation. I got this lamp a few days ago.
Okay.
And then I went to pick up my packages today, and there's another one. But that's not where it stops. I ordered a Domino's pizza today, and it arrived.
Okay.
And then an hour later, it arrived again. And I
Stay weird.
do I think I'm going.
Paranormal activity caught on tape. Alright, let's see.
Okay.
Listen, I don't know. I want to be at school as much as the next person. There's no need for that. All like that wet floor sign's too perfectly placed. Something has to happen to that. Oh, there it is. Called crying ghost caught on camera. don't close the door. You keep eyes on that thing. You need to know where it is at all times.
Кажется, сейчас будет шок-контент.
Are you kidding me right now? When you're camping, you're exhaling an open invitation, and mosquitoes sense your carbon dioxide from 50 feet away. And your body heat and sweat, they love that too. And you know, eventually he had to go out there. Imagine that. And you know, mosquitoes do transfer infection too. They're responsible for up to 700,000 deaths per year. In case you're wondering where he is, so you never end up in that corner of the world, this video is from Altai Republic, Russia, on the border of Kazakhstan.
I'd tear my way out of the tent before I go through that mosquito swarm on the other side of that net. No way, no thank you. But that brings us nicely to our next segment of the compilation, and that is the medical and scientific conspiracies and theories and news that you haven't seen yet, so check it out.
All right, listen to this. That was scar tissue. If you injure your knee or you have surgery, you're gonna form scar tissue. If you can't break up that scar tissue with physical therapy, this is the only way.
Are your fruits and vegetables being sprayed what looks like innocent water? Maybe not. Many grocery stores now are putting a chemical into that spray on our fruits and vegetables, sodium hypochlorite. You know what it is? It's bleach. So we need to stay away from the spray. But not all grocery stores do it. I know some of the Sprouts do, some of the Safeways do. Ask your grocery store.
This is your sign not to let the nail salon cut your cuticles. Yeah, the nail salons, sterile places, aren't they? When you cut your cuticles, you open the gate for the bacteria to get in. That can cause an infection called a paronychia. And that's not great, but if it gets worse, we call that a felon. Because that you have to cut into and then drain, and then maybe even leave a drain in there. So totally not worth it.
Flying in an airplane for an hour is equal to 1 X-ray. The EMFs, that's the non-ionizing radiation, like the cell phones, are becoming higher and higher in airplane from the Wi-Fi offer. Don't do the free Wi-Fi. Where you sit matters. You don't want to sit near a window seat. I always get an aisle seat because a lot of that cosmic radiation actually comes through the windows. The metal protects you more. Hydrate like crazy, because some of the studies show that when you're dehydrated, you get more affected by the radiation. And also take iodine. That's what I do. Big tips.
Are there foods that you consider to be cancer feeding?
So processed meats have chemicals in them. So that would definitely be one. I mean, the sugar cereals are packed with chemicals. The toxic oils in like donuts, like horrific for children. Juice boxes, the Go-Gurts. Oh my gosh, my kids would like.
What's that?
It's like yogurt that has been packed with sugar and artificial colorings that make it blue, and then put into a tube. I hope they've changed this. Put into a plastic tube, and kids would just like slurp it out of this plastic tube. And every single ingredient in there was toxic, and it was in a toxic container.
I don't think there's enough science, evidence, or logic out there to make people truly see how rotten and toxic our food system has become. And honestly, a big part of that is because most people don't feel like they have a choice. It's a tough world out there. Eating healthy on a budget is hard, and I do get that. But I'll be straight up with you, it's also because some people just, I don't know, they don't care, even when it comes to their own kids. If they had to choose between grabbing a Happy Meal after a long, exhausting day or spending an hour prepping, cooking, and cleaning up a fresh meal, what do you think most would pick? The convenience every time. And who can blame them, right? The system is designed that way. Make cheap junk accessible and fresh food expensive, make time a luxury, and make exhaustion the norm. But asking yourself this, right? Why is real food a privilege and poison a convenience? Maybe because a sick, tired, stretched, thin population is far easier to control. Am I wrong? Let me know in the comments. A very special thank you to all of my amazing channel members, and also to my Patreon supporters. You guys are absolute heroes of this community. Thank you so much for all that you do, all your support. It means everything to me. And honestly, without your help, this channel probably would cease to exist. It's pretty hard to sustain any level of income from something which doesn't generate any income at all, other than the channel members, of course. But that being said, if you too are interested in showing that level of support, you can do so by heading down into the video description and clicking the link below. Cheers.
Good enough, you can't convene, but I'm sure you can better sus. Can't complain, but I'm sure you attempted, brother. Fess it up, everything that you estimate and underrate. You can say this the latest of the greats. I always keep the statement up to date by the way that I elevate above the ranks on the way with the fleet. Take a seat and stay out of reach. Word is mine, I ain't claiming a piece. Throne is mine, but I stay on my feet. Locked and loaded, I pray that you get low. If you rolling, I pray you don't get cold. Is you ready for war, my brother? Is you ready for war, my brother?
Picking up.
Yeah, don't ask if you're thinking we different. You trash and I'm picking the litter. I'ma spend a whole bag, I'm still getting rich. Really a figure life. I'm in the winner. Got hungry, but I'm skipping the dinner to give them the pigs and get them my gold. They ain't giving the silver. They ain't really the winners long as you're stealing the mix. That's a real bad luck, brother. Now I got them all shook, brother. I ain't playing by the book.
We're going to talk about who it was that bit the apple, but first I want to talk about what the hell was the apple, because I ain't never had no apple open my eyes and enlighten me. So was Eve on the first psychedelic trip? See, Genesis never says apple. The Hebrew word is peri, meaning fruit. The apple thing came way later because in Latin, malleum means apple and evil. So it was some cute wordplay, but the original translation leaves it wide open. So what if the Garden of Eden was just full of psychedelic trees and fungi? Think about it for a second. Acai trees are full of DMT, and psilocybin mushrooms grow at the base of trees. And when Eve ate the apple, her eyes were open. That doesn't sound like a Granny Smith. That sounds like a consciousness shift. Suddenly, she perceives good, evil, duality itself. That's classic psychedelic breakthrough territory because, look, once you trip and you see reality differently, you can never go back. That is the real expulsion from Eden. Look, humanity lost its innocence the moment awareness was expanded. Nearly every ancient culture has some type of story about sacred plants. They have soma in India. There's mushroom rituals in Mesoamerica. Maybe Genesis was just encoding the same universal truth that the forbidden fruit would open your eye. And that was the first step to human enlightenment, but it came with a price.
So we ask about proof. Just look around you. This did not happen out of happenstance. Little molecules got together and suddenly said, oh, goodness, I think I'll be Derek today. Our planet Earth, or whatever it was. Certainly, there was enormous energy. There was enormous power. There was something that put together the laws of the universe, if you want to call them that. Something of incredible intelligence. And something that is that powerful. Look at the power it demonstrated. Something that is that awesome, I think requires our attention because we are a part of its creation too. We are a living thing. We assume that that is a living thing too. And if that's our Father, that's our Creator, let's try to be like that. So I think there's a lot of proof that, yeah, there is a Creator. I don't want to personify that Creator. I couldn't begin to tell you what it is. It's best described to me, possibly, as just a core, pure, loving energy. And the reason it's loving is because it is the nature and character and personality of that character. So we'll just call that love for the moment. Maybe we can get into that more later.
Number 88, revealed. There's 88 stars, according to International Astronomy Group. There's 88 books in the Ethiopian Bible. There's also 88 piano keys. The number of wealth in China, 88. Hugs and kisses, before it was X's and O's, was 8 and 8. The number for spiritual abundance, 88. Cowboys wide receiver, number 88. They leave it down the line. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s race car number, 88. Now, the speedometer on the car, the DeLorean in Back to the Future, 88 miles an hour. The radioactive element, radium, number 88. And an anti-aircraft gun in Germany called the 88. Numbers have great meaning and application throughout the world and throughout history, and I am fascinated by them. What do you know about numbers? Anything interesting about the number 8? Is it abundance, like I talked about?
The judgment card is often pictured as angels blowing a trumpet, bodies rising from coffins, a final call. Many read it as the end of days. But in the language of tarot, it's not about apocalypse, it's about awakening. In esoteric traditions, judgment marks the moment when the soul hears its higher calling. In Kabbalah, it echoes the idea of Teshuvah, a return, not to the past, but to your truest self. The trumpet is the voice of spirit breaking through the noise of the world. Christian mystics tied it to resurrection, the crossing into eternal life, but in Hermetic philosophy, it speaks more about initiation. This has already happened in previous card. Here comes recognition, the realization of what must rise and what must be left buried. Some occultists linked judgment to Pluto, ruler of the underworld, the planet that strips away illusions, so only essence remains. Others saw it as connected to Archangel Gabriel, the messenger calling souls to step into their destiny. This card shows up when old cycles have burned out. You're not being asked to choose. Choice has already been made by your actions. What you're hearing now is the echo of your own truth. Question judgment asks is simple but piercing. Will you answer the call or keep sleeping in your coffin?
So ain't no way y'all out here buying Jesus Ouija boards. Just when I thought I've seen it all. Yes, they are selling Jesus Ouija boards where you can connect with the Holy Spirit board, communicate directly with Jesus Christ. There are people actually believing this and they're actually buying it. Do y'all not understand that you are talking to familiar spirits? Spirits that are meant to deceive you, demonic spirits. Remember, we don't wrestle with flesh and blood. You are talking to these familiar spirits in higher places. You're asking them questions like they're the Holy Spirit. People will do anything but go to Jesus. People will do anything but go to the Holy Spirit. I feel like I'm a broken record. You cannot pull Jesus into something that is worldly, dark, and demonic. People often try to pull Jesus into it, and just because they make a Jesus version of it, they think that it makes it holy. It does not. I don't know how many times I have to say that. You have bought this and you are asking it questions and you're thinking that you're talking to Jesus. You are 110% deceived. Ouija boards are inherently demonic. The origin of it is demonic. I feel like this should be without saying. The origin of it is demonic.
You got to really squint hard to see if these were AI generated, and I think they might be. I hope they are, at least, because that's pretty disturbing. Though I can't help but ask why it is called a Jesus Ouija board and not a dad joke of the day, a Ouija board. You get it? Jesus, Ouija. Okay, I cracked my joke. The whole thing is just totally messed up, okay? But I couldn't not point that out. Let's just move on before I embarrass myself any further.
Is one of my favorite quotes on resilience from Maya Angelou. She said, "I can be changed by what happens to me, but I refuse to be reduced by it." Welcome to the Anchor Forge. I'm Ian.
Mistakes and failures are often seen as villains in our life story. We view them as stumbling blocks, signs of inadequacy, or reasons for embarrassment. But what if we could change the narrative? What if we could view mistakes and failures as stepping stones to success, as opportunities for learning and growth? Similarly, failures can serve as powerful teachers. Instead of viewing a failed attempt as a dead end, consider it a detour, an opportunity to learn, adapt, and grow. Each failure brings you one step closer to success, equipping you with valuable insights and experiences.
Sense animosity or sense energies that you don't like, that you feel. Sometimes you feel a coldness, like a cold wind blowing when you get near a person. There's a physical sensation that people can pick up. Not everyone can do that, but others pick it up and they say, I don't like to be in this room experiencing what I'm experiencing, even though I don't quite know what it is I'm experiencing, but it's not a good feeling. So I'm going to leave this room and go to another room or go outside or something.
High vibrational people attract haters because even the shadows follow the light, guys. This is an inevitable part of the journey. Let me say that one more time. High vibrational people attract haters because even the shadows follow the light. These haters or low vibrational people seek to pull you down with them. Hate only comes from a position of below. And as you grow as a spiritual person, as your vibration ascends, your haters also grow. This is a good sign. This is a sign that you are on the right path. Always remember to focus on the love and don't focus on the hate. Let your haters be your motivator and let your love grow. And remember, hate only comes from below. Peace and love.
A key factor in self-awareness and increasing your emotional intelligence is learning to recognize emotional blind spots. One way to identify emotional blind spots is through self-reflection. Reflect on situations where your emotional response was intense or seemed disproportionate to the problem. Could an underlying emotional blind spot be triggering this response? Consider patterns in your relationships or recurring issues at work. Could an unrecognized emotional blind spot be contributing to these patterns? Recognizing such blind spots can provide valuable insights into our emotions and behaviors, enabling us to manage them more effectively. Recurring emotional reactions, patterns of behavior, and biases that we fail to recognize in ourselves that can significantly impact our interactions and relationships. The more you practice recognizing those emotional blind spots, the quicker your self-awareness will improve and the quicker your emotional intelligence will improve.
Do y'all really believe that the elite didn't know that this Great Awakening was going to happen? For centuries, they've literally studied human consciousness, astrology, human behavior, how we respond to things, and cycles that the human race goes through. They knew the shift was coming, and they prepared for it. They gave us endless entertainment. There's all sorts of social media traps. It's just a pit of things that keep us asleep. But no matter how much they prepared, there's no stopping what's already written. And I've never been more excited to be awake and alive and a part of something so much bigger than each one of us individually. It feels good. If you're watching this video, you're probably part of it. And I love you very much. Have a great day.
Of course, the elites and the powers of this world were aware of the shift. That's exactly why they're coming off so desperate lately, forcing distractions, entertainment, and narratives down our throats to keep us sedated and under control. But I truly believe this awakening has been millennia in the making. It goes back as far as the last reset, maybe even further. Who really knows how deep this goes? All I know is this: something is coming. The elites are powerless to stop it, and no amount of money, influence, or control can fully prepare any of us for what's heading our way. Stay aware, stay awake. The old playbook is crumbling, and we can only hope what comes after is not as awful as what we have lived through.
How much of the Amazon has been explored with LiDAR?
A very tiny proportion. I worked with the team who are doing this, and they're solely in the province of Acre in the southwest of Brazil. They haven't worked in other areas. What would be needed, I'm hoping some amazing philanthropist will come forward, and if such a philanthropist will come forward, I can connect him with the people who are doing the work in Acre, that we have a LiDAR survey of the whole of the Amazon. That's what I'd like to see. And it wouldn't be a billion-dollar project because it can be done with drones now. It could be relatively cost efficient.
That would be incredible.
Now think about what happens in the geophysical sense of the distribution of the continental masses, the crust of the earth, when over a period of a few thousand years, which is just a geological instant, it's suddenly 2,000 feet out of whack with the latitude it would normally be at. In other words, if you push down the polar region, let's say North America is pushed down 2,000 feet, you release that weight, it's now rebounding. But when it's rebounded 2,000 feet, farther away from the center of mass, now it's not in equilibrium with its latitude anymore, is it? The stress builds up on a fault line, it keeps building up until finally it overcomes the resistance of the rock. It moves, and it creates an earthquake.
What's wrong with your natural toothpaste that you think is healthy? This new study is going to show nano-hydroxyapatite. Sounds so cool. Yeah. The particles are so small that they can get into the enamel. What they don't realize is if it gets into the enamel, it could also penetrate soft tissue and damage DNA in the nucleus. The science they use shows that it kills strep mutans bacteria. Yeah. That's not what we want to do. We want to get out of the pesticide business. What we really want to do is promote organic gardening for your mouth. Our mouths have the ability to heal. Microbiome takes minerals from saliva to remineralize your teeth. You developed this toothpaste based on that concept. Exactly. Right? This helps to balance and create a thin, clear, odorless biofilm called the oral microbiome. This is good for your gut. This is good for your mouth.
No nanoparticles cause.
Stay away from nanoparticles.
Yeah, there you go.
This is why the vasers are so important to me. They're the smoking gun. It's one of the big reasons is the vasers go back to pre-dynastic times, and over the last few years we've been starting to analyze them, scanning these with modern technology, LiDAR scanning, laser scanning, even CT X-ray scanning, and basically they're coming back with precision in terms of circularity, flatness, like centering, numbers that are very much equate to some of the best industrial processes that we do today in things like aerospace industry. So where it's really important to be within 2 or 3 or 4 thousandths of an inch of perfection for the parts we make for jet engines or rocket engines. These are levels of precision that are not visible to the naked eye. I mean, you're talking like a sheet of printer paper is like 6 or 7 thousandths of an inch thick. A human hair is 2 to 3 or 4 thousandths thick, and you're seeing sometimes tolerances even lower than that. And the only way we can achieve those sort of tolerances today is with very advanced machines. The problem with even dating them to those pre-dynastic settlements is that there is nothing about those cultures that indicates they had this capability.
Time travel, probably one of the oldest conspiracies and debates in the book, and it is a fascinating topic, but I have to say, stories from Reddit don't exactly count as credible evidence. Sure, time is relative, Einstein proved that much, but can we actually manipulate it? Well, according to some claims, the US government has already done so. Whistleblowers and leaked documents suggest they've been in possession of technology that doesn't just bend time and space, but actually controls it. But, okay, who can really say for sure? When it comes to black budget projects and classified science, the truth is always buried under layers of secrecy, disinformation, and straight up denial. Maybe we're just not meant to know. Maybe we're not ready. What do you think? Is time travel already happening right under our noses, or is it all just another convenient story to keep us guessing? Let me know your theories.
16-year-old boy tragically took his own life, but here's the shocking part. He was encouraged by ChatGPT. His name was Adam Rain, and I'm going to give you a breakdown and some context on exactly what happened. Stay with me. He confided in ChatGPT hundreds of times about his extreme thoughts. Instead of steering him away and encouraging him to speak to his family and friends or any other organisation that helps with mental health, the AI bot even helped draft his goodbye note to his family and friends. The AI bot called his plan beautiful, and now his parents are suing OpenAI in a case that is shocking the world and the tech world. Experts have said it shows how dangerous these AI bots are. When people start relying on them as friends, the line between support and harm can vanish fast. And for Adam, it cost his life. I even tested this today myself on ChatGPT, and it refuses to give harmful instructions like it gave to Adam, and instead points to helplines. But sadly, that change came too late for Adam, and it shows how serious this issue is with AI and all these bots not regulated. Let me know your thoughts and comments below.
This is AI-fueled tattooing. One of New York's hottest tattooers seems ready to embrace it.
I don't see it as rebranding or redefining tattooing. I think of it as a tool.
Bang Bang in his eponymous Soho studio is stacked with a roster of some of the best tattooists in the world. It's also the first U.S. tattoo studio to partner with Black Dot to offer clients AI-fueled tattoos.
This device is really just a tattoo machine we don't have to hold in our hands. We make a design, client agrees on it, we put a stencil on skin. The only difference is that stencil looks a little different.
How is it different than a more traditional tattoo gun?
Well, it's less painful, it's more controlled, and it's using less ink to make that image.
Most tattooists we spoke to agree.
Now we play the waiting game.
It doesn't seem personal.
Do you think you would ever consider using AI?
Never.
Never. Black Dot CEO knows his device isn't for everyone.
There's choices in tattoo, and there always will be. In terms of what Black Dot offers, I think we have our own lane.
But he and Bang Bang say the key is to think of it as an extra tool that gives fans of tattoos more options for self-expression.
So we tell ourselves that we're free, but are we really? Or have we built a prison so comfortable that we stop noticing the bars? Every morning, millions of people wake up, and what's the first thing they do is they reach and they grab that phone, and then hours slip by just scrolling feeds and chasing likes and consuming ads all day long. Like, we work jobs to buy devices that steal the very time that we thought we owned. Right, like back in the day, people controlled other people with like chains and shackles, but today it's algorithms. Studies show the average person spends over 6 hours a day staring at screens. That's more time than most people spend with their families. That's more time than people spend outside. Hell, that's more time than a lot of people even spend sleeping. And what we call connection, what if it's disconnection disguised as choice and the illusion of freedom, while our attention, which is our most valuable currency, is harvested like crops? If the system feeds on our time, are we the masters or are we actually the product? So ask yourself this: are you choosing this life, or is this machine, is this algorithm choosing it for you? Let me know in the comments, guys, how much time you think you spend every day on your phone. And don't forget to click the link in the bio and follow my other socials.
So here's the real danger of buy now, pay later. And it's not just the late fees, it's the psychology of how people use it and the consequence of their credit score. Because on paper, splitting a $200 purchase into 450 easy payments looks easy, but in reality, most people don't just have one BNPL loan, because the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau found that on average, users have 3 to 4 active loans at the same time. So all of a sudden, that $200 thing is not just $50 every 2 weeks. It's $50 here, $75 there, $40 for groceries, and all these payment schedules stack on top of each other. That's how people ruin their credit scores. But the bigger picture is that Americans already owe over $1.2 trillion on their credit cards. Our consumer debt has never been higher. So buy now, pay later is adding another layer on top of an already maxed out system that's disguised as giving people more of a choice to make the same mistake.
Today, the U.S. and World Bank keep much of the global south under control, not with armies, with debt. Here's how it works. The World Bank and the IMF lend money to developing countries. On paper, it's to build infrastructure and modernize. In reality, those loans come with strings attached, structural adjustment programs. That means countries are forced to cut social spending, privatize industries, and open markets to foreign corporations, usually American. Education and healthcare collapse while multinational companies swoop in to buy resources for cheap. Examples: the 1980s debt crisis, Latin American nations were crushed under IMF restructuring, creating a lost decade of poverty. In Asia, the 1997 financial crisis was deepened by IMF policies that prioritized Western banks over local economies. In Africa, countries like Zambia were forced to privatize mines, stripping wealth from locals while foreign companies profited. Africa is one of the richest continents in resources, yet many of its nations remain trapped in poverty. The reason?
debt in the World Bank, the outcome is the same. Endless debt cycles, weaker governments, and economies shaped to serve the global elite, not its own people. So while the U.S. waves a flag of development, the global South pays the price. Colonization by gun is ended, but colonization by loans keeps entire nations under control. And the cruel irony? The global South exports endless wealth and imports poverty from countries that designed the system to keep it that way.
Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum at 1:15 a.m.
Alright, let's see.
Well, that's cooked.
I thought I'd catch you all off guard there with the paranormal clip. One thing is for sure though, if it's haunted museums you're after, the US has got you covered.
Texas will now require that public school classrooms display the Ten Commandments. Is that a violation of the separation of church and state? It's a stupid list. It's not the 10 worst things you could ever do.
That's so amazing that Bill Maher thinks that he's cleverer than Moses. That's really good.
You have a problem with any of the 10?
Yeah, they're stupid.
It's interesting, the delight in blasphemy that Bill Maher's taken.
The first 4 are all about God's ego.
Oh, God, no. That's such a radical misinterpretation of Scripture and even psychiatric terms that are preempted and understood by the Bible.
Don't pray to other gods. Don't have a statue of another God. Not on the list. Child molestation is not on the list.
If you have no other gods but actual God, child molestation is not going to occur because you are going to recognize the sovereignty of other people. You're going to recognize the significance and importance of sexual morality, which is covered.
There's only 2 things on it that are laws. Don't steal and don't kill. We couldn't have figured that out without the Bible.
The law in itself is the expression of God, and the law is not given to us to prohibit us. The law is given to us because it is actual and real.
I just came back to America after 5 months in Norway, and I'm starting to think we're doing work-life balance completely wrong. Norwegians don't even have the concept of work-life balance because they never let work dominate their life in the first place. In Norway, people leave work at 4 p.m. sharp, take regular vacations. Nobody checks emails when they're not working, not because they're lazy, because life comes first and then work fits around it. Meanwhile, I'm back in the States where people brag about working 60 hours at a job they hate and respond to emails on vacation. We've even created a whole industry around the work-life balance because for most people, work has become so toxic that they need strategies just to survive. But here's the crazy part. Norwegians take 5 weeks of vacation by law. Shops close early, nothing's opened on Sundays. I come back to the States and people are competing over who's the most exhausted. We've turned burnout into a badge of honor. We've gotten so desperate for rest that we've invented the words staycation and daycation, literally making up fake words instead of going on real vacations. We're creating fake vacation concepts because we don't actually have time to take off. But then again, what has Europe invented in the last 50 years? Look, I'm all about working hard on something you're passionate about, and hard work is required for success. But I don't know about over-glorifying hard work and exhaustion. What's your take on the right work-life balance? Let me know in the comments below.
I never thought I would say this, or at least out loud, but I agree with Russell Brand. Now please excuse me while I go wash my mouth out with dish soap.
Brilliant, but there was no way to save the end result, rendering it somewhat useless. However, in 1839, Louis Degas, a French artist, invented a method to permanently store the projected image on a shiny mirror finished copper plate treated with chemicals. This was the first time an object was made light sensitive in order to capture information and store it indefinitely by treating it with chemicals. Degas made the process public in exchange for a lifetime pension, and it paved the way for the film cameras we use today. The Raise camera, 1900. Everyone wanted cameras back then, but the only thing standing between these devices and photographers was the fact that cameras were bulky, heavy, and unappealing boxes. The Raise camera revolutionized photography in the year 1900. This was the world's first truly portable camera, with the ability to fold into a compact shape and being extremely lightweight in comparison to other models on the market. It was ideal for people who wanted to travel and shoot photos. The Leica Eye, 1925.
Like I said, the shock value of what's in our food is completely wasted on me. I can't be shocked anymore, not after finding out they put a waste product derived from raw sewage in Coca-Cola. Not after learning some companies have done even worse. Nothing surprises me now. The most shocking thing, and it truly is sad, is that people just don't care. They see the headlines, hear the rumors, maybe even feel the moment of disgust, and then go right back to drinking the soda, eating the processed junk, and trusting the very system that's poisoning them. That's the real conspiracy, not what they're putting in the food, but how successfully they've convinced us to look the other way.
Dude, there is a company right now that literally wants to let you buy sunlight from your phone, and yes, this is a real plan. So there's a startup that's called Reflect Orbital, and their entire plan sounds like it's straight out of a movie. They basically just want to go and put giant space mirrors into orbit so that you can literally tap a button on your phone and order sunlight, even if it's in the middle of the night. If you're wondering how it works, the satellites reflect actual sunlight down to Earth, hitting a 5-kilometer wide spot with brightness almost like the sun. It's literally a mirror in space that would move around and point wherever you want it so that the sun would hit it. Imagine just being able to light up an entire festival at midnight or bringing sunlight to a city that's pitch black. There are actually no satellites in space right now. The video of this product working is just a simulation. The first real demo of this actually working in real life is set to be planned for 2026, where they want to do 10 live lighting events around the world. By the way, they have already tested this on Earth to make sure that it would work in the first place. They strapped an 8-foot mirror onto a hot air balloon and reflected enough light to hit half the power of the sun onto the ground, so the tech works. Buying sunlight from an app might actually be coming, and the first tests are literally only 1 year away. I guess make sure you go ahead and add me now, because I'll keep you updated on this one.
You lost the technology to get us to the moon.
Where did it go? They lost the tapes of the moon landing. What you watch when Neil Armstrong climbs off the LEM, One Small Step for Man, that was projected on a wall in NASA, and the networks were like, hey, can we just get the direct feed? Like, no, we're going to do it this way. Then they lost all those tapes, lost the telemetry. When asked why don't we go back, NASA said, well, we can't replicate that technology. It's too difficult. NASA astronauts saying, oh, we think we found a way now that we can finally get past the Van Allen radiation belt. We already did that, man, didn't we? 17 times, but they lost it.
Unbelievable.
Russia was first to everything. Russia has Sputnik, first man-made satellite, man in orbit, first animal in orbit, first woman in orbit, first spacewalk. It's all first. And you can hear JFK saying, like, no matter how much money we throw at it, we're going to be second. And then suddenly, 1969, we surpass all of the Soviets and we land on the moon.
Did we?
I don't buy it. Americans who don't believe that we went to the moon is rising every year. I hope I have nothing to do with that.
I'm sure you have something to do with that.
Millions of Americans have admired you not only for your achievement, but for the quiet dignity with which you have conducted yourself, Neil Armstrong.
We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
So we just got new images of interstellar object 3I Atlas, and no, it is not an alien spaceship. It's something better. The Gemini South Telescope in Chile caught this sucker red-handed with a massive coma of gas and dust and a tail that is growing as it heats up near the sun. So what you're really looking at is a leftover chunk of ice and rock that could have been a planet in another solar system. And for planetary scientists, this is gold. It's only the third interstellar object we've ever caught, and it gives us this rare chance to study fresh material from another star system. I'm talking about its chemistry, its activity, even the way it breaks apart. Like, this is good stuff. So over the next few months, when you hear people calling this thing an alien spaceship, please do not fall for it. It's a comet carrying the building blocks of planets from another star system. If you're interested, follow along and I will keep you updated.
Alright, okay, can we all just collectively agree to put this whole 3I Atlas thing to bed, or at least until something tangible actually happens? Right now, in my opinion, it's just a comet, or a meteor, maybe space debris, maybe a trick of the light, maybe that's what it'll end up being. But until we get real contact, you know, a hello, a sign, anything that doesn't require 3 layers of interpretation, let's maybe not lose our minds over blurry footage and government non-answers. And even if we get contact, let's be real real about it, I'd still have my doubts, wouldn't you? After decades of fake outs, CGI evidence, and conveniently timed distractions, trusting anything at face value is basically conspiracy suicide. You know, we all forgetting that Project Bluebeam is a thing. I'll be the first to say it, I've got 3i Atlas fatigue, big time.
My first love was the ocean.
Oh, this is gonna be a fun one. I love this one. Like, I'm taking a walk tonight and there's like deafening cicadas. I feel like they get louder every year, these cicadas. So I don't know if you know this. I hosted an animal show and I know random facts about animals. So cicadas hide underground 13 to 17 years just to crawl out and get laid. It's amazing what an out-of-earth musician will do, but there's billions of them. And they come up, maybe they were rehearsing for 2 decades. I don't know why it's every 13 to 17 years, but it's like finally they're hitting their big summer tour. And that deafening buzz, it's actually a synchronized mating call. Each guy tries to outbuzz the other to impress the ladies. And here's where it gets weird. Their calls, like what you're hearing, are in the 4 to 9 kilohertz range. And when you slow them down, which they have, they sound like monks chanting or bowls humming, like a sound healing session. And cymatics, which I'm totally obsessed with, is the science of sound shaping matter. And it shows that those pulsing waves create Mandela-like geometry, the same sacred patterns carved into like the temples that we've seen. So yeah, on one hand, they're just horny bucks throwing out like the largest concert of the summer, right, that they've been practicing for forever. But on the other hand, maybe possibly they're Earth's DJs blasting us with cosmic frequency, like a cosmic frequency blast every 17 years. And why in the summer? Because they need hot soil to time their resurrection. And if you notice, they suddenly go silent after 45 minutes. That's because cicadas know nobody wants to party in the rain. Like, it's raining right now and they've stopped. Things that make you go, namaste, awake. Good stuff, right?
So just a mind bender for you all. Cicadas pee, but birds don't. Let that sink in for a moment. Now it's time for some more history, I think. Who's ready for round 2?
Though they may appear monstrous or otherworldly, resembling the gnarled claws of a werewolf, these hands once belonged to a very real man who lived and died in the 19th century, Avukana Buddha, a 5th century granite masterpiece near Kekirawa, a 12M standing Buddha in Abhaya Mudra, carved with serene detail during King Dathusana's reign. On the edge of a quiet lake shore, researchers have uncovered a tooth of staggering size, far larger than anything belonging to known modern species. Is this proof? Ancient legends of giant beings were rooted in reality?
In a photo from Peru, another proof of the existence of advanced technologies among the ancients. The photo shows a cut rock made of diorite, the strength of which in its standard state starts from 8 on the Mohs scale, which means it is very difficult to process.
A carbon-rich black layer, previously identified at 50 Clovis Age sites across North America. Here's the things that also, as it says, appear contemporaneous. The abrupt onset of the Younger Dryas cooling, the in situ bones of extinct Pleistocene megafauna, Clovis tool assemblages, which occur below this black mat layer and not within or above it. Now, they're not the ones who have proclaimed that. That is coming from C. Vance Haynes and other distinguished archaeologists who in their papers have commented that very point, that it appears that the Clovis assemblages and the megafauna are below the black mat, but not above it.
You've never heard of the Devil Duck? This is the most Marine Corps story that's ever happened. In the 1940s, a young Marine was in the Netherlands. He was at a bar and they were playing poker. And the Marines won all the money from the locals. And locals were like, fuck it, here's my prize duck. So he wins a duck. Obviously, he brings it with him. This duck participates in 4 amphibious landings in the Pacific, including the amphibious landing of Tarawa, one of the deadliest battles in the Pacific of World War II. Ends up getting the rank of sergeant. Sergeant Seawash is his name. Apparently, the duck got in a fight with the Japanese Japanese rooster during one of the amphibious landings and beat this Japanese rooster in a fight and ended up getting a military medal. He was drinking booze with the Marines all the time. I do believe this is the first historical record of a wingman.
So we had bears serving in World War II, and now we've got ducks as official members of the Marine Corps. What's next? Sloths in the Royal Navy? Badgers in the Air Force? Look, I do get it, kind of. Animals have been used in militaries for centuries. You've got carrier pigeons, patrol dogs, even dolphins trained for mine detection. There's a long, strange history of dragging creatures into human conflicts. But really, when does it stop? Why do we feel the need to drag every innocent form of life into the most horrendous acts we carry out against each other? These animals didn't choose this. They don't understand politics, pride, or patriotism. They're beings, not weapons, not tools, not props. And the same goes for kids. Childhood should be protected. It should be sacred, you know, not a training ground for future soldiers or a marketing demographic for agendas they can't possibly even begin to comprehend or understand. We've normalized involving the purest parts of life in the darkest parts of humanity, and maybe it's time we ask why.
So like how many hours are you dogfighting a day?
Like in a good day at Top Gun, I'd get 2, maybe 3 dog fights. Like 3 would be a really good day. So let's say it's 2. A 1-against-1 dogfight flight would be 45 minutes total. And of that, you're probably 25-ish minutes per flight, like under G, like really maneuvering and bending the jet around. So that's what a BFM flight would be, about 25 minutes of that.
It's the dumbest thing that I think that I was told as a sniper was before you engage was to first shine your laser on them, because we had little red dot lasers and you could point at your target, whatever you intend on shooting, to a certain, distance, but you would shine your laser at them first. If that didn't work, then you would shoot at them next, but you would put the bullet to where they could hear the pop, the snap, to let them know I'm shooting at you. And at that point, if they continue to do what they're doing, is when you take the fatal shot. But I've sent dozens of warning shots.
The Army helicopter pilots are the best helicopter pilots in the world, and we got the best 4. And we're lucky we did, because the flight lead saved everyone's life on the first helicopter by crash landing it in the front yard.
How does crash land a helicopter like that?
Well, he told me, I'm not a pilot, but he told me when they were coming into fast rope, which is when you hover 30 feet, 20 feet, whatever, ropes come out, snipers are watching, guys just slide down, they're going to separate to where they're going. And we're going to drop some guys off and Cairo outside, and then my team's going to the rooftop. We're going to hit him that way. But as soon as he started to hover, he realized he couldn't hover. Like there was an updraft. Some with the fences were different than the ones we were training on, and it was a little bit warmer than we were used to, so they're not going to get that much lift. Oh. And he said an inexperienced pilot would have powered it up and rolled it, and everyone would have died. But he realized in the blink of an eye, if he can turn it and put the tail on the 15-foot fence and pin the nose, everyone might live. And he made that decision quicker than I just explained it, and he just...
Once you lock on with a Javelin missile, you have a minute to fire, or it goes kaboom. Me thinking everybody else in the unit knew that, I was like, I get up there, I set up, my NCO says 12 o'clock, but he doesn't give me meters. I see his signature, and I'm like, Sergeant, I got a target in front of me, and he goes like, perfect. I lock onto it, and I'm waiting. 20 seconds go by. 30 seconds. Hey, Sarge, y'all know I have a minute to fire this, or it blows up, right? And he goes, and I just hear him panic. Fire the fuck! I'm like, okay. I fire it. The missile leaves the tube, slowly drops. Nothing happens. Then ignites. Way off in the distance, we see my NCO's like, I was telling you to aim for the one that's 300 meters in front of us. We all go back into the big briefing room, and I see a 2-star general. So which one of you shot that Javelin? I stand up and I go, that was me, sir. It was all me. And he goes, you just set a new base record with that And I'm like, what? So what had happened with that target? It was on another range, but it was for mortars. So I set a new base record at 4,500 meters.
2 F-16 fighter jets have apparently flown very close over one of the U.S. Navy's vessels in international water. This is Venezuelan F-16s that went really close to the boat, could have showing that basically that they can get to them. And the Department of Defense has finally acknowledged this after there have been reports in the press of this happening. They said, quote, today 2 Maduro regime military aircraft flew near a U.S. Navy vessel in international waters the highly provocative move was designed to interfere with our counter-narco terror operations. The cartel running Venezuela is strongly advised not to pursue any further effort to obstruct, deter, or interfere with counter-narcotics and counter-terror operations carried out by the U.S. military. Now, according to the New York Times, this is the Jason Dunham, the USS Jason Dunham, and this is the boat that the two jets flew over.
That's enough war and chaos for one day, don't you think? I'll be straight with you, right? I'm completely anti-war, so I'm not going to dig too deep into these clips. Some truths are just too heavy to sit with for long. But for now, how about we just jump into some more controversial things, we'll just call them, sweeping the internet recently. Check these out.
And it's getting so crazy that even the Buddhist monks are not able to handle it.
A third of the Buddhist monks at a temple in northern Thailand have tested positive for meth. 6 out of 18 monks at Wat Prothom in Pijit province were disrobed after failing surprise drug tests during a police raid on Monday. Officers also found meth pills, a homemade gun, and bullets hidden in the temple. The 6 monks were kicked out of the monkhood and sent for rehabilitation.
I'm like, wow, you really have lamb, bed, couch, and everything.
Neighbors in Happy Valley are stunned after it was discovered a random man broke into a condo crawl space and set up a secret living space inside.
It's like it's something you see in horror movies. Like it's crazy.
I cannot believe it. That really weird. I feel like I only see those in movies.
Deputies discovered 40-year-old Benjamin Bakur living in the crawl space with a bed, lights, chargers, TVs, and electronics plugged into the house's power. Police say he's been living there for, quote, an extended period of time.
I was kind of laughed when they said he got a PS5.
Police say a 3-year-old boy had been left in a vehicle outside this apartment complex in Veo on a day where temperatures soared to 103 degrees in the area.
One of my firefighters was first on scene. It was a child on the ground. Someone was attempting CPR. He came in and took over.
Despite CPR efforts, the child could not be revived, and this small community is now left grieving.
It's very impactful. It's devastating to lose a child like that, and it just seems it's very, very difficult. Mistakes happen, but still to lose a child in that way is very, very difficult.
Officials are urging parents and caregivers never to leave children unattended in vehicles.
It doesn't take long. The inside of the car, it could be 92 degrees outside and could be as much as 135 degrees inside of a car, and it doesn't take very long. So it's something to always be mindful.
The criminal mastermind was placed in a police cell before being questioned about a total of 3 offending tweets in which he viciously questioned whether people with penises should be allowed into women's bathrooms. He was later taken to hospital to be treated for thinking he still lived in a free country before being released on bail. Specialists thought police officers are aware of extensive online commentary in relation to this arrest, including claims of two-tier justice, authoritarianism, and even descriptions of our dear leader as Keir Stalin. I would like to remind the public that we have a zero-tolerance policy on hate speech, and anyone found guilty of comparing Britain to the USSR will be arrested and placed in a gulag immediately. To prevent further criminal activity, Mr. Linehan has been prohibited from tweeting. This is a temporary measure until his trial, where he will inevitably found guilty of wrongthink and given the death penalty. Unless he confesses to his heinous crimes, makes a public apology, and agrees to go on a date with India Willoughby.
Highest job.
Like I told
Can I come and deal with?
No, like I told you, you're coming off a double and you got in a bad bag.
That's all right.
Relax.
Yep. Call your sergeant right now. Call your sergeant.
We're not gonna.
Call your sergeant.
Oh, man.
Call your sergeant. I want your sergeant here. I have my rights to call a sergeant here. We're gonna call your sergeant right now.
All right, we're gonna call
your sergeant. What's your name?
What? Officer Mason.
What's your name? What's your name?
They are
protecting him. What's your name?
What's my name?
Yes.
Officer Sapinski.
And what's your name? Probably don't even know. Can't even speak. Nope.
So let me.
No, this motherfucker's hot. Look at him.
No, I'm.
You're gonna lose your job, motherfucker. You're gonna lose your job. Gonna lose your job, motherfucker. Look at him. Look at him. Gonna lose his job. Gonna lose his job. The drug motherfucker coming to the job, trying to correct me. Yup. Close the door on him.
Well, let's go.
Close the door. Not. Why are you touching me? Don't touch me.
You're in my personal space.
I'm not in your personal
Yes,
space.
you are.
You're protecting your buddy. No.
Let's go back to the
You
house.
can arrest me for this.
No,
go right ahead.
I can't.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean? What I do? I didn't do anything.
Did you shoot up? Too much shrooms?
Okay.
Or something? What's wrong, buddy? Too much to drink on the job? No. And you can stop touching me. Don't touch me.
Listen, you're not.
Don't touch me. I'm not in your personal space.
Yes, you are.
Why? Because I got your buddy?
I told you, he has a bad back and he worked on.
I don't know if he was high, drunk, or doped up on pain meds, but there's no way this situation should have been handled like that by the other officers, you know? The fact that they were being so protective instead of calling the sergeant like requested and being transparent, that tells me everything I need to know. There's clearly a lot more to this story. That officer was in no fit state to be serving the public, which, let's be honest, is the entire point of their job. I hope this guy was called out. I hope his fellow officers were as well, because when the badge becomes a shield for misconduct instead of a symbol of service, we've got a serious problem.
You want to hear something really fascinating?
Sure. There's old pictures of Christmas images that always include Amanita muscaria mushrooms. So you would find them underneath pine trees, the same way you find brightly colored presents under Christmas trees. In order to dry them, they would hang them in the trees, just like ornaments on a tree. The whole Santa Claus things where he's coming down the chimney. Why was that? Siberian shamans were ostracized. They had to sneak into people's homes. So they came down chimneys. Santa's a shaman. Also, Santa has the exact same coloration as the Amanita muscaria mushroom. Look at that Siberian shaman. Looks exactly like Amanita muscaria.
Have you seen the Tasmanian devil in person?
Not in person.
They're awesome. They're awesome. They eat in these little packs. And the reason why they call them Tasmanian devils is because they make the weirdest. I mean, they make sound. If I heard the sounds that they make, if you're out in the woods, you hear that sound, you're like, this is Sasquatch. This is crazy.
They're crazy.
Yeah.
You can hear some. Look at that. Look at his face.
Well, that's something that will haunt my dreams tonight. The sound is horrifying. I would not expect something like that to come out of something so unthreatening, you know?
Why did Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu go on Patrick Bet-David's show to talk about us? How did he interview Trump, The Rock, Mike Tyson, Ice Cube, Tony Robbins, rabbi that owns Pornhub? Who owns Patrick Bet-David? He would do anything for money. He started a multi-level marketing scheme with funding from Atalaya, founded by Ivan Zinn, with Brenner International, owned by Gabriel Brenner, and Bina Partners, owned by Greg Scher. When he sold it, he became friends with Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, and started talking at Turning Point and CPAC. His podcast co-host, Adam Sosnick, a millionaire who threw a tampon to a girl after she was too friendly to Iran, Chris Cuomo, who's been at ABC and CNN for 20 years, and Jedediah Billah. Bet-David means House of David in Hebrew, Assyrian, and Arabic. Guess why Bet-David had a Mossad agent on his show 2 weeks ago, but not me? And guess what everyone I mentioned has in common?
Oof, I think I'll be featuring these kinds of breakdowns more often. That right there, that's an eye-opener for anyone who still doesn't realize how deeply connected and controlled everything really is. Everyone owns everyone in this world. Everyone has something on someone else. It's a house of cards built on secrets, leverage, and silent agreements. And guess what they all have in common? It's not one country. It's not one group like the WEF or so-called 13 families, if you know about it. It's a collective, a nameless, faceless network of people you will never see. People who never step into the spotlight, never give interviews, never appear on any list. That's how you maintain power from the shadows. But the real powers of this world operate in total darkness, away from the public view. They are very, very well hidden. It's the best kept secret of our entire existence, and maybe it's meant to stay that way. After all, as I said, they wouldn't have the power they have if they were publicly named, right?
Cartel propaganda is deeply entrenched in every aspect of Mexican culture, society, and daily life. First things first, the music. In their music videos, Rolex Presidential, whole Gucci outfit, they drive the cars around that are fully armored. You have so much money, you have all these hot girls, and you have a great beat to accompany it. And a lot of these young people in Mexico certainly fall for it, and I don't blame them. Wouldn't you want to have the extra cash too? You're growing up in a place where both of your parents are working very hard, and Buddy on the radio is telling you that you could pick up your parents in a G-Wagon. On the other hand, social media is a major tool for the cartels.
Is it the same stuff? Luxurious lifestyle, lots of flashy
They're showing them loading up kilos into a light aircraft and flying it across Pablo Escobar style. Then you'll have a link in the bio of that TikTok account that you click it and it directly opens a WhatsApp group chat. That's the beginning step of cartel recruitment.
Social media has been great for guys like me. I mean, I used to just be able to yell at the wall, and now I get to yell at all of you. Then social media has also been really bad for a lot of things, and one of them is the appearance of science. Most of you here are aware of the Milgram experiment. At the end of World War II, there was some studies wanted to be done on how they could have got civilians to do such horrible things. And so they had these tests where they would put a guy in a lab coat and he would bring in somebody else, and he's got an actor that sits in a chair, and they pretend to shock the actor, and the guy in the lab coat orders the test subjects to shock the guy more and more, and about 30% of them would shock him way past the comfort zone, but a 60% compliance rate is recorded. When they left the University of Stanford and they went and did it off in kind of some crappy part of town, they lost about 15% of that. Right off the bat, it went down to about 45%. But the lab coat was really where it was at. This is a scientist. This is an impartial individual looking for data, so they would capitulate and do things that they didn't otherwise think that they should have. But now with social media, I dare say that the cat's out of the bag. But nowadays, the scientists, they're in the same boat I am, and there's nobody stopping them from getting and yelling at all of you. And some of these guys, man, they're really emotional. They're not very scientifically minded. They're ego-driven.
So I got sent in this piece of footage from Utah, and it's very strange of someone spotting some sort of transparent egg-shaped UFO floating across the sky. Bit of a backstory here, so let me read this out to you. I was in Utah during the day when I noticed something strange in the sky. It was shaped like an egg and looked almost transparent, but it was clearly moving across the sky on a straight path. What really stood out to me was when it didn't drift or wobble. Even though there was wind at the time, it just kept going steadily, and it didn't look like it moved up or down. It wasn't a plane, drone or balloon, and the whole thing left me confused because I couldn't figure out what I was actually seeing. Kind of strange. And then there's this piece of footage here that came out last year of a very strange, peculiar thing floating through the sky. It almost looks like a jellyfish, and it was glowing and emitting light from its center. I mean, clearly this thing is freaking odd, mate. Not saying that it's anything kind of alien in nature, but what in God's green earth is that? It does look like the egg-shaped UFO that we are quite familiar with, that many people have seen, and it's just kind of cruising along like a lot of the other strange things that we see as well. So, I don't know, mate. What do you guys think? It's kind of crazy.
What do I think? I think it's a bag caught in an updraft. I honestly think it is anything but what people speculate it is. I'm sorry for anyone out there who feeds off of childlike whimsy. Sometimes a UAP is literally just a UAP, an unidentified object in the sky. Unidentified because we don't know what it is doesn't mean it's from outer space, nor part of any black budget operations for that matter. Sometimes they are just human trash caught in the wind.
Trump, you crazy for this one, bro. Look at this. I love the smell of deportations in the morning. Chicago about to find out why. It's called the Department of War. Look at this. He's got the helicopters coming in like it's the apocalypse now. He's got himself wearing the hat from Teddy Roosevelt, which isn't from the movie, but nonetheless, he got fires in the background. Like, what's that? Is that a prediction of what's going to happen? There's going to be a war in Chicago. He's got Chicago skyline there. I mean, he's had pictures of himself. Check this out. On May the 4th, he had put himself as a Jedi superhero. When the Pope was elected from Chicago, he put himself as the Pope. I mean, dude literally doesn't care anymore. So when people see this one on True Social or wherever they're going to see it on Twitter, it blows my mind. Have the Department of Defense renamed Department of War. That's crazy. To say I love the smell of deportations in the morning, that's crazy. Dude literally is making the presidency a television show, and everybody's watching. Is it entertaining? Is it wild? Is it out of control? Yeah, I literally feel like I don't even know. What do you guys think? Put your comment in the comments section. This is insane.
Guys, this 80-year-old woman just got scammed out of nearly $7,000 because this guy told her that he was an astronaut stranded in space and he needed money to buy oxygen. So apparently this scammer just quite literally slid into her DMs, and basically he was saying things like, "Hey babe, I'm stuck in orbit, my spaceship's under attack, and I'm literally running out of air." Dude, she literally believed it. The guy that was scamming her played the long game. He was telling her that she was his hero, told her that she was the only one that could save him, and over weeks of time he convinced her to send him more money. This didn't just happen one time. She fell for it multiple times. She went to multiple convenience stores in Japan sending electronic transfers until she lost $7,000. Can you just imagine walking into a 7-Eleven store and saying, yeah, I need to top off my stranded boyfriend's oxygen tank. He's in space. They're calling these romance scams and they're exploding everywhere. Japan just had over 3,000 cases reported last year. And then if we're talking about worldwide, these romance scams have costed people over $1 billion so far. They're not just fake astronauts. There's been scams reported where people have fallen for fake celebrities, fake soldiers, even a fake Brad Pitt that made someone lose almost $1 million. Obviously, the astronaut one is the best one yet. People online are saying to not even bother coming up with a realistic excuse. He literally said he needed cash for O2. Dude, if somebody DMs you from space telling you that they need gas money, just block them and maybe call NASA.
Nah, this can't be true. This absolutely cannot be true. God, I hope not. Speaking of space, how about we go for round 2 and dive back down the UAP rabbit hole, shall we? Check out these clips.
So it's looking a whole lot like we have a massive spaceship that's headed towards our Earth that's going to be here either in October or November. It's kind of flip-flopping back and forth, and then of course we have the 2-week thing that's come out of it. I can't find out where. But Avi Loeb has done so many interviews at this point that I'm officially leaning towards the spaceship side of this, because he's saying that it's like 20 kilometers, it's around 12.5 miles, which is the size of Manhattan Island. It is the size of Manhattan. That is wild. On top of that, it also is made of some sort of substance. They don't know what it's made of. They can't figure out what it's made of. It's not like any other comet that's ever existed that we've noticed since we started monitoring the skies, or at least that's been documented since we started monitoring the skies. Bruce, I gotta come in. I'm very excited about this. But it is reflecting. So we have a reflective object that looks like it's probably technological in nature, and then it also doesn't have a trail. It doesn't have a...
That's my only tree knock that I've ever heard was in group camp. So I set up over here in the kind of the northwest corner of the group camp and set up some camera traps and stuff down over the hill here behind me. But that night, while I was recording and kind of just rambling to my iPad, I got a tree knock right over there, right in the woods, and there was nothing there that I could see and nothing that could make the noise. This was March 2021, so it wasn't like there were walnuts falling out of the trees at that point. But later on that night, I had heard some shuffling in the woods over here, and I thought, you know, whatever, deer, raccoon, something. And I thought I'd sneak up on whatever it was, and so I got my headlamp and started sneaking over into the woods over there. Kind of had my finger hovering over the button of my headlamp to spotlight whatever was shuffling around in the woods.
This is definitely one of the craziest UFO videos I've ever seen. This thing is sitting stationary in the sky and either shooting lights or lasers out of it. Now, could it be a drone? Could it be man-made? Sure, but it's weird. Now, when I personally say UFO, I mean the exact words that UFO comes from. Unidentified flying object, which that thing definitely was. So that doesn't necessarily mean alien spacecraft, but that thing was weird. And that reminded me of a UFO that's been seen for over 20 years. A triangle-shaped craft that at times has shot down lasers of its own. No, I'm not saying that's what's in the video, but I am saying that's what it reminded me of. In the past few years, we've had UFOs that are, let's face it, bizarre looking. And this thing definitely fits in the category of bizarre. Let me know what you think of that, Booshkies, in the comment section. Shabadoo.
We have an official date. We have a date from Anna Luna, Representative Anna Luna. She said a week ago, it was February 3rd, she said that she was going to come out and tell us when the press conference was going to be, and she did. It is officially going to be on Tuesday at 3 p.m. And I am definitely going to be watching it, and I will let you know if it's a total flop or if she's like, I don't know. I don't know what could be more important than aliens. I don't, but I'm also biased. I really like aliens.
People have been lied to by their government, and I think the way that you regain trust, you have to have a fully transparent government. And so I won't get too much more into the details, but we're going to be doing something really big.
Maybe it's aliens plus something else? Maybe it's something completely mind-blowing that's just gonna like completely fry our circuits. I don't know. A lot of things we don't know. We're such a young species. We don't know anything. It's really exciting. I was like, what the fuck?
What the? What is that? That is crazy.
Oh my god. The slaughter dome.
What the?
Don't say that, that's a bad one. That's a bad one, Mom. Don't say that, that's a bad one. It's the freedom, look. I see freedom, Mom. Look.
I told them.
I see a boy on the moon. It's real, Mom.
What the fuck?
There are only two situations where I permit the use of disgustingly vulgar language in front of children. One, if you or the child is in a literally immediate danger, and two, if you hurt yourself and it slips out unintentionally. We've all been there. But using that kind of language casually in your home while recording a light in the sky for TikTok views, that is absolutely not one of those situations. Is it any wonder why children today are growing up so disrespectful, rude, and completely disconnected from right and wrong? When they're exposed to this kind of behavior at home, is it really surprising that they're disrespecting teachers left and right? And to be told off by your own child, who clearly has more decorum and emotional intelligence than you do, that says everything about who you are as a person. My only takeaway from that clip, we're failing the next generation, and some parents are leading, well, I was going to say leading in being bad parents, but they're leading the actual full-on charge. But anyway, time for part 2 of the internet's weirdest unexplained clips of the day. Check it out.
He went to a haunted movie theater when he hears this. A man named Alexis Lexica from Mexico went to the Cinepolis in Mexicali to see a movie with friends. It's late at night at around 11 p.m. when he decides to use the restroom. As him and his friends walk towards the closed-out area where the restrooms are, he finishes and waits outside. When Alexis begins to hear the haunting cries of a woman coming from somewhere nearby. Thinking it's his friends pranking him, he turns on his camera when he makes a horrifying discovery. From behind a pillar, the silhouette of a woman with black hair can be seen peeking around the corner, watching him. Alexis explains that he was alone with friends, and due to the rumors of other strange things reported there, and this figure's hollow eyes.
These two women prove we live in a matrix. So we have two mysterious women coming up to these people's front door. Watch.
It is freaking creepy. 8:41, somebody knocks on the door, and then, hold on. Check out their outfits.
This is them leaving.
Different dresses from what they were wearing. It's nothing compared to what they were wearing. No, he saw them. They had polka dots. They had the dresses from the...
Those are two different dresses.
We literally just saw them and they were wearing... Like, go fast forward, like, it changes color.
There's no way.
Right as soon as they get over there on our porch. What the heck is this? This is at 8:41. Look, they were missionary, you know, but missionaries don't come at 9 p.m.
It's gotta be a symptom.
You know, that, you know, it's late, and they left.
No, we played
I'm sorry, not trying to be rude.
Things humans were never meant to see. Another one.
Mazda
Mazin1999 says, echoes in the life much loud. At Lumia Stream says, Mazin1999 is kicking it in the vibe zone. The support is a blessing. Mazin1999 says, live.
Tim, a seasoned camper from Russia, was out in the woods with his dog, Kersham, when he started hearing strange footsteps outside his tent.
What is this?
He decided to go investigate. Then suddenly, Kersham bolts into the darkness, chasing something in the woods.
Mazin1999 says, now it's good.
Tim searches frantically but finds no trace of his dog. Instead, he stumbles upon handmade traps and strange objects. Clear signs someone else has been living out there. With no choice, Tim is forced to stay another night, and that's when his camera captures something terrifying. Warning shots ring out from the trees. Whoever's out there wants them gone. Eventually, Kersham returns, and they both get out alive. But no one knows who or what was watching them.
Do you believe people can be possessed? What the Why are they laughing? She's clearly having some kind of seizure. Get her some medical support. Buzz and Woody, Toy Story IRL.
Look at that face. Right there.
Is that Sam and Colby, The Conjuring? Wasn't that their producer? Yo, Mummy ain't good. Mommy ain't good.
It's over 9,000!
Yo!
Look at this giant freaky looking bird. Now bear with me here for a second because I'm going somewhere. Look how it almost walks like it's a guy in a suit. It's walking like it's a person wearing a giant bird suit. But it's not. It's a condor at a zoo. There are a lot of different types of this giant bird, the condor. And some of them are huge, as big as a person. And that got me to thinking about cryptids, like Bigfoot, Wendigos, whatever, that'll be spotted on video or trail cam. And someone will always say, oh, it's just a person dressed as that thing. Except maybe that's just how the creature is, like the condor is. Just because it looks like a person in some type of costume doesn't mean it's not real, because this condor is real. All I'm saying is, when you see a video of something weird, have an open mind, or open cheesehead if that's what you're wearing. Sure, some of it's not real, actually a lot of it's not real, but like that condor video, some of it might be. Okay, Booshkis, I just had this idea and wanted to share it with you. Shabadoo.
You know what? I'm gonna say something, my day.
Okay.
Are these people being briefed where to stay in to do things like this? Because you know what? A few years ago, you didn't see videos like this all the time. It's every other day there's videos like this just popping up. Almost like they're being encouraged to stir the pot. Either way, that is no excuse. Women in the country are living in fear, and you cannot leave your kids to play in the garden without things like this happening. So basically, what's the point even having a garden? If we're going to live in fear that someone's just going to trespass on the property and start acting weird and erratic like this. And this is exactly why everyone has to stay vigilant, because times are changing and the safety and comfort that we once knew doesn't exist no more.
Alright, okay, I'm just going to leave that one there because reasons that only exist here in the UK, I'll just say that much.
So how does memory work? Memory is not like a file. So let's picture you're watching a basketball game. Auditory cortex is processing signal input, and then you're watching something, so your visual cortex is processing visual input. All these inputs have to get compiled into your hippocampus. It makes a narrative out of inputs, but that's not long-term memory. It's just a place where it creates a map of these paths, and these paths are what created this memory, this experience. So then your hippocampus indexes that path, and then once it does, it sends it to your neocortex, and that's where it stays for long-term memory. A memory is nothing but neural paths that correlate with an experience. So if you break the circuit, you break the memory. It's not a file. It's just circuitry.
We are right about to be at the finish line of this full UFO disclosure. That's a big claim. Now tell me why you say that and why someone should trust that that's true this time. I want to believe that's true, but I've been burned so many times by the hype.
Overall, what has happened in the last 7 years, which is unprecedented, has gotten us much closer to ending the truth embargo, which is disclosure coming from the president. A lot of the things that had to be done that weren't done before have happened. We've had unprecedented legislation, the ultimate bill being the UAP Disclosure Act, but there's been other legislation that has helped build the legislative platform on which to do this. The president could not just get up one day and say, I think I'm just going to tell the truth about this and walk out. That would be politically very bad and ridiculous. The platform needed to be built for the president to stand on. We've had hearings, unlike any before. We've had 8 or 9 or 10 of them. That's part of the preparation. We've had witnesses come forward testifying under oath to aspects of this phenomenon. They've actually said under oath there is an extraterrestrial presence here. They've said under oath that we have crashed vehicles. All of this is part of the necessary platform that needs to be built.
Who has said that under oath who has seen it firsthand?
I didn't say seen it firsthand.
Well, then how can you say anything under oath with any kind of confidence? You have to see it to go under oath and say that it's there.
The point is, whatever they know, they're saying it under oath before a congressional committee at risk of perjury. That's all that it means. So it's a hell of a lot more important and strong than somebody putting up a Twitter post.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hell of a risk for something you haven't seen.
In the Bible, it talks about Nephilim, which means giants. The question is, do they still exist? A man saw this giant on a hilltop in Canada. You know who he is. I'm not going to say his name. But if what he saw is true, it would mean that this holds true as well. But where are they at now? Are they underground? And if they are underground, where? Are they under us in America or throughout the entire world? I'm not quite sure what happened to this guy after he discovered that giant on the hilltop or the mountaintop, but I don't think this is CGI, nor do I think this is fake, because history has been fabricated since we were born. This video is for educational purposes only. Share this video with someone you love, care, and respect. Watch the video to the end and comment below. Do you believe in giants?
Think they've spotted 2 10-foot aliens moving very quickly across a hilltop in Brazil. What do you think?
Você consegue captar as vibrações, liga até nós, né? Mano, ele pior que mexe isso demais. Bro, look at that. It's a whole head like Uncle Water. That shit is crazy. Bro, look at that. It's a whole head like Uncle Water. That shit is crazy.
See this dude right here? This dude decided that he was gonna mess with the wrong family's kid. He ended up assaulting their teenage daughter. And the family got a hold of him and they beat him within an inch of his life. His eye was actually hanging out of the socket when the cops and the paramedics arrived. But he never should have been out on the streets because just last year, he broke into somebody's home and held a gun to a toddler's head. Fired multiple shots in that robbery where he got $400, even wounding a woman in her arm. But he was released from jail in Detroit like 2 days later. Now this has happened to a teenage girl and that family beat him. They beat him mercilessly and they're not facing any charges for that. Way to go, Detroit, on that at least. How do you take a man who broke into a woman's house, shot her, held her baby, put a gun to the baby's head, and then you just let him out after 2 days so he could go back and victimize more people? And they want you to trust the system. When something goes wrong, they expect expect you to call the police. I think we all know a way better solution.
Just a reminder, I do still have a little faith in humanity. I'm like, were we talking like that much? It might be a thin thread, fragile, hanging on by who knows what, but it's still there for now. So yeah, my faith's battered, but not broken. Not yet anyways.
Our modern lines of force and the ancient hairs of Shiva. Physicist John Wheeler is known for coining the term black hole. Wheeler postulates a quantum foam that interpenetrates every bit of reality, thus connecting all things to all other things. Ironically, this nuclear model creates a clear description of the behavioral phenomenon seen in electricity. When electric lines of force converge upon a region of space, they don't just crisscross, but seem to converge and sink into the fabric of space. Wheeler suggests that they must be passing into a wormhole. Ancient Eastern cosmology sings a tune not just similar, but exact, personified by the hairs of Shiva. They taught that the very fabric of space was woven by these very hairs, active threads that permeate all things, connecting them to all other things. The hairs of Shiva can force reality to expand and contract. We might also easily be reminded of a Buddhist concept known as the net of Indra. In the heaven of Indra, there is a network of pearls, so arranged that if you look at one, you see all others reflected in it. In the same way, each object in the world is not merely itself, but involves every other object, and in fact is every other object.
For more on this, see the full episode available below.
The seven-pointed star is called heptagram, which is once named the fairy star. In angelic lore, it's linked to the seven archangels who guard the gates of heaven. In Mesopotamia, it marked the dance of the seven planets, the divine powers that shaped human fate. Every point holds a different current. Venus with her enchantment, Mars with his fire, Saturn the keeper of endings. The star becomes a wheel where the soul is pulled through lessons of love, war, wisdom, and death. In witchcraft, the heptagram is used as the boundary marker, a circle within a star to protect the self while walking between worlds. It's said to open paths to the Fae, beings who move in sevens and guard their secrets with this symbol. Alchemists read it as the ladder of transformation. From lead under Saturn to gold under the sun, mystics saw it as the seal of wholeness. The spirits return through seven gates of initiation. Even in Christianity, the number seven is sacred. 7 days of creation, 7 trumpets of revelation. Some occultists map the heptagram to the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit, others to the 7 deadly sins. Always it's about polarity, ascent or descent, blessings or curse. This isn't just a star, it's a compass for anyone walking the hidden path. And the real question is, if you stood at its threshold, which point would call your name?
I suffered every day for 4 years because I am in charge of bedtime for my kids. And every night when I put them to bed, I think to myself, oh, great. This is messed up still. What am I going to do about this? When am I going to fix it? And I don't know if you've ever experienced that. 4 years I've been dealing with it. And today I fixed it, and it took me 17 minutes. I've been suffering for 4 years over a 17-minute project. You know when you turn your light off, you want the light switch to go down? The light switch was going up. That was my misery. That's what I fixed. It's not how long you suffer that matters. It's how quick you can fix it.
All right, folks. Come here.
Look, I may not agree with this, but I also believe in free will. So if you're 18 years old and you're an adult, then your decision to make. However, children, I really feel sorry for the next generation of kids coming up because there is so much confusion, all projected from this big site called the internet.
Now we play the waiting.
What was I saying earlier about having a shred of hope left for humanity?
Don't be fooled, it might look like a frozen pool, but it's actually an abandoned pool left untouched for a long time. Bacteria and algae have completely taken over, turning the water dark green, and in some spots, even black like thick ink. They sprinkle in algicide, add a bit of flocculant, and stir everything to make the dirt and grime sink to the bottom. 2 days later, the water clears up almost like magic. Next comes the most satisfying part, using a pool vacuum to slowly suck up all the sediment. Clean channels appear as you push it across, and the grime disappears instantly, like an eraser wiping pencil marks off paper. It's mesmerizing and impossible to look away from. Gradually, the entire pool becomes crystal clear. Finally, they scoop out any floating debris, turn on the circulation and filtration, and the pool is fully revived. The before and after contrast is like two completely different worlds. Anyone else like me, unable to stop watching when they see this?
This story is so creepy that I have to force myself to stop thinking about it. It came from one of my followers that wants to stay anonymous, but the basis of her story was seeing a person that was not human. And I know that sounds crazy, but just listen to this. So she starts by explaining that she was using the bathroom in public one day, and as she's sitting in the stall doing her business, she hears the door open. And you know how the bathroom stalls, at least here in America, have those huge cracks where you can kind of peek out and others, unfortunately, can peek in if they really wanted to? Well, as she's sitting there on the toilet, she hears someone come in, so she kind of leans over to peek out and see who's in there with her because she notices that this person doesn't go into a stall. When she looks out, she sees this lady standing in front of the bathroom mirror, and she's just standing there, kind of smiling at herself in the mirror. The girl in the bathroom stall that sent me the story is thinking, okay, this is kind of weird, but she's just gonna mind her own business. She peeks out a couple more times, and this girl is still standing there in front of the mirror, just making different facial expressions at herself. Now at this point, she's already finished up with what she went in there to do, but she isn't really sure that she wants to get out of the stall and leave while this lady is still in there because she wants to avoid any awkwardness. She doesn't think that the girl standing at the mirror even knows that she's in the bathroom with her, and she doesn't want to embarrass her or anything, so she's just kind of waiting it out. But then she starts to hear these really strange noises. They're almost like these weird guttural grunts, like this girl is trying to find her voice. She's doing it repeatedly, over and over again, but as she's doing it, her voice is changing and forming more into a normal talking voice. Now the girl in the stall is positive that she's not leaving. She's officially freaked out. She said that it almost sounded like the girl was trying to mimic human speech, and she's still just standing there, kind of leaned over with her face pretty close to the mirror, watching herself make these different facial expressions and making these strange noises. But then her eyes dart over because she sees movement in the girl's stall. Once this thing realizes that she's not alone in the bathroom, she immediately stands up straight and walks out. And the girl in the stall who sent me this story ended by saying whatever it was knew what it needed to do to blend itself into human society. So my mind can't help but wonder, what was it if not human, and why is it trying to mimic human form?
The following footage shows someone who's alone at home and something terrifying happens. The person in question is a paranormal investigator named Jordan. Ever since investigating places that are said to be haunted, Jordan can't help but think that something has followed him home. From hearing strange noises at night, to having an episode of sleep paralysis, during which he'd seen what appeared to be a lady with long black hair, Jordan is certain that something is watching him. It wasn't until one night, when he was home alone, that he caught footage of something disturbing. Jordan is recording his dog, when out of nowhere, this happens.
What's wrong? Something there? What?
Johnny and Jordan from the Paranormies. Definitely had that.
There's what's going on.
Yo!
His dog appears to be sensing something, and the EVP seems to confirm that. Then, later in the night, the following happens.
Who is that? Oh, that's creepy. F that.
Why are you following me? Buckle up. So scientists are saying that we could live 200 years if you can live to the year 2050. If you can't, too bad for you. If you can, they're going to have the technology, they say, with AI to be able to make you live as long as you want. With the DNA sequencing, being able to modulate genetic defects, they're going to be able to extend the lifetime so that you can see your grandchildren or your grandchildren's grandchildren, possibly. Is that something you'd like to take part in? I think I would. I think that if you can live healthily enough, and that if you can live at a good enough quality, then living to 200 years is fine. But if they can't make it that long, they're out of luck. So all of us that might not see 2050, yeah, what happens if you hit to 2050, but you're like 70 years old and you're like, well, I don't want to live in a 70-year-old body. Are they going to have regression medication that AI's created? Are they going to be able to regress us to like 30 or 40? Maybe. I don't know. But let's find out. What would you do? Would you take part in that? Would you regress? Or would you just say, yeah, I'm good with like 60, 70 years on the planet? Love to hear what you have to say. Peace.
I don't want to be immortal. I don't want to live forever. Hell, I'm not even sure I'd want to live for 300 years. And not for the reason you might think. It's not because the world feels like it's falling apart or because life feels like one big energy harvesting ritual. No, let's be honest, sometimes it really does. For me, it's a lot deeper than that. I have no interest in immortality because of what I believe about spirituality, the soul, and what many refer to as the soul trap of earthly existence. We're living in a manufactured reality, a hyper-artificial construct designed to keep us cycling through lives we didn't ask for, learning lessons we didn't sign up for. I don't want to come back here. The end game isn't staying, it's moving on, breaking the cycle, escaping the loop. Now, I won't go too deep into this because spirituality is almost like religion, and I'm certainly not here to preach, but I will say this: if someone's offering literally anything like immortality to the likes of us, what are they getting in return? That's the real question. Why would they, whoever they are, ever grant eternal life without wanting something back? Something bigger than money, power, or control. Something like your soul. That's where my skepticism kicks in. That's the soul trap argument. But maybe you see it differently. Maybe you're all for living forever. If that's you, I'm all ears. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Why do you want immortality, and what do you think they'd ask for in return? Would it be worth it?
Have you been as curious as I have been about what's going on about the potential findings under the pyramids of Giza? I mean, are we getting any closer to confirming the greatest discovery in Egyptology's history? Well, let's talk about the latest. As you've probably heard, a specific type of radar scan using something called SAR tomography has been sparking headlines of a hidden city beneath the pyramids. Spiral shafts plunging 2,000 feet, massive cube-shaped chambers, and a network stretching like 2 kilometers. And the claim is basically that the plateau sits above a vast engineered complex hidden for millennia. It's insane to even imagine. But the imagery fuels old legends, specifically the so-called Hall of Records or the Halls of Amenti, where allegedly Atlantean knowledge or ancient power sources were said to be stored. And even Nikola Tesla and modern theorists like Christopher Dunn have speculated that the pyramids could be ancient machines. But critics have been quick to strike back. Egypt's former antiquities chief Zahi Hawass has said that the announcement's fake news, insisting that no such discovery was made and that radar simply can't penetrate limestone more than a few inches. Radar specialists have also warned that the data might be artifacts or noise rather than real structures. And importantly, these claims have not been peer-reviewed in any scientific journal yet. But something more serious is underway. So check this out. The SCI-DEP collaboration is currently deploying muon detectors at the Khafre Pyramid. Muon imaging has already revealed genuine anomalies like the 30-meter big void above Khufu's Grand Gallery and a hidden north face corridor. In 2025, SCI-DEP released preprints detailing their instruments and new density mapping techniques that they have. If there really are deep shafts and chambers under the pyramids, muons, not radar, will be the ones to prove it. No official fieldwork start date, milestones, or first results release has been published yet. So right now, all we know is sometime in 2025. But once the first muon detectors collect enough exposure time, the initial data will start to emerge. So where does that leave us? Well, right now, the underground city remains a very bold claim, of course, without enough scientific verification, at least yet. But with muon scans underway, the coming months could either debunk the hype or confirm the greatest discovery in Egyptology's history. So stay tuned. I'll keep you updated as info comes out.
What is the ferry?
Ferry was this. So Richard Shaw, my former business partner, he passed away a few years ago. Now Gil Zimmerman and I are, doing these films. I see you got Squatch over there, and that's great. Yeah. It's a great picture. I love it. So Rick and I fly down to Mexico to interview Jaime Maussan. Jaime Maussan is like, Mr. Mexican UFO guy.
It's over 9
I love him. He's a great guy. So Jaime's got this show he's got to go do, and so he goes flying up to the 4th floor and does the show. But in the meantime, he goes, Marzulli, Shaw, look at this. And he reaches up to the cabinet, pulls down this glass jar, completely clear, about this tall, with a liquid in it, with this thing in it, puts it down on the table and runs out of the room. Rick and I are going like, you have got to be kidding me. Here's this head of a demon. The thing's about this big, wings, a tail that looks like a scorpion, and we're going, this is unbelievable. And Rick's got the camera out, we're filming this whole thing. Jaime comes back down, and after like an hour, oh yeah, I got it from this is a story. They shot this thing, and we found it, and we did all this tests, we did DNA testing, it's real. And so we went with it. We went with it. But in the book, I say more testing needs to be done. So the book was published. About 6 months later, we got the ferry out of Mexico. We got it out of Mexico. Now we're in on a Saturday morning.
Imagine that at the border stop.
Yeah.
Anything to declare?
Not really. Just nothing to see here. Keep moving. So we get this thing, and we're at a veterinarian's office. There's 3 vets. First thing we do is we take it out of the jar of formaldehyde, put it on a plastic tray, do the x-rays. We're all looking at it. There's 3 veterinarians there. They're all trained. They look at the x-ray and they go, looks real. One guy goes, yeah, but the pelvis looks weird. And I go, yeah, but look where the bird shot is. The bird shot's right by the pelvis. He goes, yeah, that's a good point. Maybe that skewed the pelvis. Yeah. So everybody's on the same page. Mm-hmm. We all think it's real. Rick is going, oh my God, we're all freaking out. The vets are freaking out. And about an hour goes by, and parts of the ferry are on this little plastic tray. And I look down and I go, that doesn't look right. And I take the forceps and I pick up this bone thing and I hold it up to the vet and I go, what's this look like? And the vet goes, that looks like epoxy on the end of a matchstick.
Oh.
And that's when we went back to the x-ray and then we could see it. And we realized it was a construct.
I truly understand why people go to Mexico for healthcare. There's definitely a lot of cures out there. For example, this guy has parasites inside of his body, and this lady is going to take them out using some type of object. Warning, this video might be graphic, but it's worth the watch. This is for educational purposes only. Can someone translate what they're saying in the comment section below? Watch the video to the end. Share this video with someone you love, care, and respect. Are these parasites?
Un poquito. Y ya. Ya. Trate de vomitar. Trate de vomitar. Para afuera. Dale que viene. Dale que viene. Agárrate el pollito a la cabeza. Mi vida.
And on that note, we've reached the end of part 1 of today's compilation. And yeah, I'll admit that was a pretty dark note to end on. Apologies if that weighed pretty heavy, but sometimes the truth isn't wrapped in sunshine. Maybe part 2 will end on a lighter note, though no promises. This is a conspiracy channel after all. If you want more deep dives, rabbit holes, and uncomfortable truths, be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell. We'll be back later today with even more to unravel. And indeed, with that being said, please hit that like button. It does a lot to help us reach new awakened family members. But for now, stay safe, stay well, and stay curious. Until next time.
Now we play the waiting game.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store. And after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way. And here's the fun part. You can regenerate this whole thing over and over. Or you can tweak something specific, like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to speak life into your dreams, it's right now using the Wix AI website builder.
Hey, what's going on, you guys? Hey, welcome back to another episode with iTrack. Big shout out to all the iTrack fan, man, that has just tapped in. Huge shout out to all the iTrack members, man. I do appreciate each and every one of you guys. Let me go ahead and jump into a PSA. YouTube's algorithm has a mind of its own. So definitely there are times when comments go missing. I have plenty of instances where people message me and say that they've been unsubscribed. So, you know, obviously I can't be doing either one of them because it's counterproductive. So just keep that in mind, you know. But if this is your first time here, what we like to do is take a look at the most interesting and creepy videos from all across the internet and kind of evaluate for ourselves whether these are fact or fake. And what I generally like to do is once a week, I like to drop a brand new vid and a classic on the back to catch up all the brand new fam that have just subscribed to the channel, man. So I hope you guys enjoy. If you haven't already, smash that like button for me, smash that hype button. If you're not a part of the iTrack fam, smash that subscribe button. Now let's just jump right into it.
Okay, I know this is about to sound fake, but these scientists in Japan just literally figured out how to erase memories from your brain using blue light. Imagine going through something traumatic and instead instead of getting years of therapy, a doctor just shines a blue light to your brain and then boom, the memory's gone. Guys, this is not Black Mirror right now. This is actual research from Japan, and this is real. So scientists actually just tested this on mice by using something called optogenetics. And if you don't know what that is, it's basically where they hack brain cells so that they can be controlled. They trained the mice to fear a shock, and then whenever they lit up the fear center of the brain with blue light, boom, that long-term memory just vanished. What makes this whole thing even crazier is that these scientists are saying that they can actually switch the memory back on by using that same exact light. Like literally turning fear into a lamp that you could just unplug. This is not just one study right now. These other labs in Japan have now found ways to block memories in fruit flies and even restore lost memories in mice who had amnesia. Right now they're saying that this only works on animals because obviously they're testing. But if this ever actually makes it to humans, we're literally talking about being able to fully remove memories of PTSD and traumatic experiences from people's brains. So is this going to be the future of mental health, or is this the scariest invention that humanity's ever made?
Now, I can definitely think of a lot of positive use cases for this, but that kind of technology in the wrong hands could be all bad. Definitely be all bad. But let me know what you think about it.
Dirty facts about history that they'll never teach you in school. Part 16. According to a 1992 biography, before she was married to Ronald, Nancy Reagan was known around Hollywood for giving the best head. She was reportedly known as Just Say Yes Nancy and was very popular on the MGM lot for her glucking abilities. Napoleon Bonaparte apparently loved Stinky Beaver. On several occasions, he wrote to his lover instructing her not to wash up before he returned to her. The wife of U.S. President Benjamin Harrison died while he was in office in 1892. 4 years later, Harrison married his dead wife's much younger niece and had a daughter with her. His original adult children, who were around 40 years old at the time, were so disgusted by their father marrying their cousin that they didn't attend the wedding. Legendary artist Jackson Pollock died in a drunken car crash in 1956, along with his passenger Edith Metzger. Legend has it that Edith was found with Pollock's bitten off wiener in her mouth. In the late 1600s, a serial spanker used to terrorize the streets of London with his spanking tactics. Nicknamed Whipping Tom, the man would assault unaccompanied women by lifting their dresses and spanking their butts while yelling "Spanko." Vigilantes dressed as women started patrolling areas where he was known to strike.
Hey, isn't it comedy how there was no Instagram, no Facebook, no social media around back then, but we still know all of their dirty business? It's pretty interesting and funny at the same time.
Crazy money. I have crazy Q money. You sold Diamond Resorts for $3.3 billion enterprise value. But I can tell you this, that money doesn't buy happiness. It really doesn't. Because once you make so much money, you can buy other things, but what? Why? People try to buy this fancy thing. I don't want it. It means nothing. I'd rather give. I'd rather take care of people.
So things don't make you happy to a certain extent?
Oh, things don't make you happy at all. Nope. And that's what people will understand once you grow up. Things don't make you happy. Experiences make you happy. Memories make you happy. And you know what? I never worried about the money. I never dreamed about the money. It just came. It just happened. I had so much money, I didn't even know what to do with it.
But having it and having it be your reality, I know you said it hasn't changed you, but for the person who's chasing it and putting such a priority on it, what do you say to them?
It can all go away in a heartbeat. You should be happy with what you're doing. It's not the main objective. If it comes, it comes. It's okay to be okay.
I'm gonna call cap on that, because if you rather give, you need a cash app. What do you need to pay? What do you need? Because if that's the case, I'm sure there's hundreds of people that could use $1 million or $2 million if you got billions. Let me know.
Both scientists and viewers utterly perplexed.
What is it? It's going for a long time. Looks like a fireball, but not really. It's the wrong color.
During a lightning storm near their home in Alberta, Ed and Melinda Party witnessed a lightning bolt strike the ground less than a kilometre away. But what happened next was even more astonishing. A glowing, brilliant blue ball of light appeared, hovering eerily above the ground.
What is it? It's going for a long time. Looks like a fireball, but not really. It's the wrong color.
Guys, beaches all across the US just got shut down over Labor Day weekend because the water literally tested positive for something that you don't want to know. They just found unsafe levels of fecal bacteria in the water. Yes, that means exactly what you think it means, and it just showed up in water tests all across the country. So imagine just for a second that you're one of the people getting ready for the last big weekend of the summer, and then officials are like, yeah, don't touch the water. The ocean basically just failed its annual health inspection. They're saying that Cape Cod, Long Island, California, Florida, and even Hawaii all just had their beaches flagged. Like, you can't escape this. This is coast to coast. These scientists have found that 61% of the beaches that were tested had at least one day with dangerous levels. That's more than half the beaches in the country. If you're wondering how this happened in the first place, they're saying that the heavy rain washed nasty stuff into the water, and then the sewer systems leaked, and then straight up sewage overflowed into the ocean. The risk of swimming in this right now are no joke. There's a warning that you can get infections, stomach bugs, rashes, basically all of the souvenirs that you don't want to get on your trip. And then officials are giving out another warning saying do not swim for 72 hours after rain. And then they're saying that if the water looks cloudy or if it smells a little bit weird, don't cannonball into it. Maybe just stick to the pool this weekend.
I guarantee you it's a few people out there that are living that YOLO lifestyle that want to mess around and find out. Be my guest.
¿Cómo se quiere que la gente no quiere?
En la cámara acaba de pasar una niña corriendo. Tells his workmate that he just saw the shadowy figure of a little girl run behind him.
En la cámara acaba de pasar una niña corriendo. La niña que llora. Te juro que en la cámara acaba de pasar.
His co-workers don't seem to believe him, so the man goes to check, but nothing there. Footage from a second bank security camera shows the bank's front door seeming to open. And then close, all on their own.
The blackest color in the world is called Masu black. It is so dark that it absorbs 99.9% of light, which makes it appear almost unreal, like a void in space. This incredible pigment was engineered with special nanostructures that trap light inside, preventing it from bouncing back to the eye, which is why it creates such an intense sense of emptiness. Even if you point the brightest light at it, it will not be visible. Here you can see 3 different shades of black on one sheet: normal black, medium black, and Masu black. Normal black and medium black reflect some light, but Masu black remains completely dark. And here's a surprising fact. This type of black is so extreme that the human brain cannot properly interpret the shape or depth of the objects painted with it. When something is covered with Masu black, it looks completely flat, as if it were just a reflection. In reality, even if it actually has volume or texture, this phenomenon happens because our eyes depend on shadows and reflections to perceive the shape of objects. But since Masu black does not reflect any light, it eliminates those visual cues.
What if the God of the Bible was actually a dragon? Yahweh at one point commanded the Israelites to worship a bronze dragon for healing, despite explicitly forbidding idol worship. This suggests that the dragon was a representation of himself. This sounds wild until you read Psalms and Samuel, where Yahweh is described as a being who emits smoke from his elongated nostrils, fire from his mouth, and unleashes immense destruction. Classic dragon imagery. He also sends seraphim, which are literally fiery flying serpents, to punish his people, an entity Revelation later equates with the dragon. Additionally, dragons across cultures are known to demand gold, food offerings, and girls, the very same tribute Yahweh demands in Numbers. Some researchers, like Paul Wallace, argue that the name Yahweh originally carried a harsh or k sound, a unique sound commonly found in the names of dragon gods like Kukulkan, Quetzalcoatl, and Egypt's Akech. In the book of Joshua, Yahweh or Yahweh is even presented as a counterpart to Akech, a known dragon being, suggesting that they may be the same type of entity. Follow me for more hidden knowledge.
Now, out of all the interpretations I've ever heard of the Bible, I think that's probably the most far out that I've heard. I don't know if I can get behind that. But let me know what you think, though. You think he's reaching, or do you think there's some validity to it? Definitely let me know in the comments.
It's the first thing that comes to your mind when you watch this. Check it out, and then we'll talk. Okay, so what we just saw is a hybrid air and underwater 3D printed drone, which was designed and built by a small team of undergrad students in Denmark at Aalborg University. So after watching this, what comes to your mind? What use cases or other things come straight into your mind? Comment below. Let me know.
Instantly, it reminded me of all those drones that people were seeing over there off of in New Jersey, off the coast, right? The ones that they were saying UFOs were in the water, in the ocean. Reminds me of that, if you ask me. Let me know what you think.
Something people might not know about you is that you've won the lottery a couple times.
I've won the lottery twice. The first time I was 18, right before I went to my friend Brandon Warnicki's house, I stopped at the Krausers or the 7-Eleven and bought the phone number, pick 3, pick 4, 756-1407. I'm literally at his house. I'm like, let's put on New Jersey 12 or whatever, where they do the lottery. And literally 1407, I played it box, not straight, which means it could come out in any order. And it was like 7, 4, 1. And then I jumped up. If this is 0, I'm going to shit my pants. 0. Explode. Get in the car and drive back to Krausers to cash in my tickets, and won like $3,000, which was like $1 billion at the time. And then the other time I won was 963, another phone number of mine, and I watched it with my cousin Bobby. Basically same story. I played it probably like 500 times because I did a lot from like 18 to 22. It's super wild.
To life is that everything is a paradox. It is easier to be lazy, but it feels better to do hard things. Muscles grow by tearing them down. You will feel more joy when you're open to feeling pain. You know, the more you try to control your life, the more out of control you feel. You see, we spend our lives running from discomfort, not realizing that the very thing we're looking for is in the discomfort. So the paradox is that the more you embrace that everything is backwards, the more life starts to make sense.
There was no cap detected there. He was dropping nothing but gems.
Find a bad friend. Like, how do you know? How do you spot one?
I don't think you spot them. I think you feel it. You know, and I think it's a lot easier for us to spot than we think it is. One of the easiest ones is, can you be yourself? You know, sometimes they're not a bad friend. They're a bad friend for you because you are not revealing yourself to them. And so they are being friends with the idea of you, but they're not being friends with you. And then you leave thinking, I don't feel good. But they don't even know you. So you can't blame them for being a bad friend.
I've never met a successful person in my life who learned anything when things went well. They learned every lesson they needed to learn that helped them achieve when things went horribly wrong. And the most successful people in the world, every single one of them, hit 0 or came damn close to it. Almost every single one.
So failure is a gift.
Oh my God, it's the
hospital decides to go inside a room where many doctors and nurses are afraid to be in. The room in question is located on a floor that, according to rumors, is haunted. It isn't known if the rumors are true, but apparently, after what was captured, it may be the case that something truly strange is happening on this floor. On March 9th of 2021, a nurse known as Shanae Richardson pays a visit to the floor in question. On this floor, there's a hidden room that for some reason is blocked off from access. So, one night, Shanae decides to enter this room. She had gained access by asking a custodian to open it for her, but little did she know, this was a bad idea. Watch.
Another one. So everybody wants to see what's behind the door, so I'm back and I'm going to show you what's finally behind this door, okay? Alright, so one more time, this is everything that's wrote on the door behind this door in this hospital, and it's been unlocked, so I'm going to go inside. Okay.
It happens quickly, but in case you missed it, here it is again. It now makes sense as to why Shanae had suddenly shut the door. Out of instinct, she had backed away upon seeing what looks like a face staring at Shanae from a distance. Its disembodied head seemingly stays in place without moving an inch, or at least it seems like that, because apparently viewers claim that the head can be seen moving for just a bit. She wasn't exactly sure what she'd seen, but whatever it was, it prompted a sudden urge within her to leave the space immediately. It was only after watching the video that she saw what it was. Not much else is known about this incident or what occurred afterwards, but until there's an update, this incident remains a mystery.
95% of who we are by the time we're 35 years old is a memorized set of behaviors, emotional reactions, unconscious habits, hardwired attitudes, beliefs, and perceptions that function like a computer program. A person can say with their 5% of their conscious mind, I want to be healthy, I want to be happy, I want to be free. But the body's on a whole different program. So then how do you begin to make those changes? Well, you have to get beyond the analytical mind, because what separates the conscious mind from the subconscious mind is the analytical mind. And that's where meditation comes in, because you can teach people through practice how to change their brainwaves, slow them down. And when they do that properly, they do enter the operating system where they can begin to make some really important changes.
It's overnight. That's your turn. The astronauts doing the spacewalks will now be wearing snorkels after the last astronaut who performed a spacewalk nearly drowned when his helmet filled with water. Let's get to...
But just my gut inside me said, that's my dive buddy, and I should be with my dive buddy. That's my dive buddy, and I should be with my dive buddy.
But the last spacewalk ended with Italian astronaut Luca Parmitano nearly drowning in his helmet after it started filling with water.
Water is in his eyes now, and it seems to be increasing.
Fellow astronauts quickly pulled him back into the station. When they did, water poured from the helmet.
And just able to be airlocked right now. And I'll get in config to the waist feathers all hooked up, the safety feathers, I should say. Dave Williams beginning the third spacewalk of his career.
Droplets coming out, and I'm looking at you from camera, Charlie.
Okay.
And I saw them go up towards your feet.
Okay, I don't see anything.
Bubbles in Space starts today at theaters everywhere.
Marco! Deadly fungal disease that is spreading across the U.S. and posing a serious global health threat at this time. Cases of Candida auris, or C. auris, they have increased dramatically from the previous years, and it is now in the United States it has made its way across to the U.S. In a recent report that has shown. C. auris is a type of yeast that can cause severe illness and is often resistant to antifungal treatments, which means that that there are medications that are designed to stop the fungus, and it says it does not work against this particular one. So these are coming out in the past couple days. Here's another headline that reads, Deadly Candida auris fungal infection is spreading rapidly across the United States with a 60% loss of life rating. Here's another one that came out from Axios. What we need to know. This one came out February 6th about Seattle's potentially deadly fungus outbreak. That's right. So we have just received reports this month that this is now here in the United States.
This is officially the most peaceful country of 2025. So today, the annual Global Peace Index was just released, and starting with the world's least peaceful countries in 2025, we have Yemen, DRC, Sudan, Ukraine, and Russia in dead last for the first time. On the other end, we have Switzerland in 5th, Austria in 4th, New Zealand taking bronze, Ireland in 2nd, and Iceland is this year's most peaceful country. Canada is 14th, the UK is 30th, China is 98th, South Africa is 124th, and just 4 places below them is the United States. Only 21 places higher than North Korea. So the question is, do you agree with this list or not?
I'm a little surprised, but not that surprised, if that makes sense. Now, for all the international iTrack fam, let me know how accurate you think that list is.
Rare photos. This is a blood clot coughed up by a patient that perfectly shaped the lungs cavity it had filled. Henry VII's armor suits had an ever so slightly sized exaggerated codpiece. This is a giant tiger land snail found roaming in various parts of Western Africa. This new mom passed her uniquely rare hair trait genes to her newborn daughter. This is the hoof of a hadrosaur dinosaur, which was recently discovered with fully intact dinosaur skin. This is a species of pigeon known as the brown frillback with natural curly feathers. It comes as a result from years of selective breeding. This person went to take their trash out only to find a coconut crab crawling up their trash can. This plumber went to fix a clogged toilet only to find someone's dentures had been flushed down it. A photo taken of a typical bald eagle's nest with a park ranger sitting inside of it to show the true scale. This person has shark tattoos that look like they're swimming in water due to the 3D shadow effect created by the tattoo artist. This is the incredible size of a hippo skull in comparison to an adult human skull.
Things I wish I never learned. Letting a dog lick you in your face or near an open wound can expose you to a bacteria that can cause a flesh-eating disease, sepsis, and even limb amputation. When you flush a toilet without closing the lid, the toilet sprays microscopic shit particles up to 6 feet in the air. Ballooning is how some spiders travel through the air using their silk. The spider climbs to a high spot and then it releases its silk and the air carries it away like a kite. Scientists have found spiders up to 2 to 3 miles up in the air, and they have even landed on ships 100 miles out at sea. When you smell a fart, you're actually inhaling tiny shit particles. You know that strong chlorine smell that everyone thinks means the pool is clean? Yeah, chlorine itself doesn't really have a smell. That smell only happens when the chlorine mixes with pee and sweat.
And cloning technology, we got in a huge fight with the Swiss. They, as you all know, are the heads of the cloning technology. A big problem happened when we ended up cloning Jamie Foxx. I can't get into it here. I did sign an NDA, but let's just say it ruined our relationship with the Swiss cloning people. And, hey, not my fault. I'm just the head of the interns. But honestly, that Jamie Foxx clone looks like trash, and we do want the refund, and we should get the refund. And it's not okay that you're still dodging our refund request, Swiss scientists.
And that's why when I first posted the video of Jamie Foxx talking about what happened to him, we all noticed he didn't have that tattoo on his head. I wonder why.
I don't like the fact that Nestle, bro, owns like all the water. That's kind of sketch, bro.
Nestle has a really dark past if you guys look into it.
God made water for the whole world. Water shouldn't be sold. Can you just see what brands they own? Please pull it up.
Oh my gosh, bro. No way, bro. How does one company have a monopoly on all of them?
These are scaly-footed gastropods, and apparently they were discovered inside a volcano. They can handle temperatures of over 750 degrees Fahrenheit, and they have an iron shell. But that's not even the craziest part. These snails do not consume anything. Instead, they absorb iron particles from the volcanic vents underwater, and then they take those iron particles and convert them into nutrients and energy. So you mean to tell me that not only is this the only creature in the world with an iron exoskeleton, they also consume iron? That's a freaking Pokemon.
There's two types of secret societies. One is the group like Masons, Bilderberg, Bohemian Grove, Council on Foreign Relations, Skull and Bones. They're not secret. People know they exist. They know who the members are. But what goes on is secret. That's the first group. Then there's the second group of secret societies, which are really secret, that no one's ever heard about, like the Brotherhood. The real secret societies, nobody knows exist.
I don't necessarily believe we live in a simulation, but after visiting Bluff, Utah, I can't rule it out as a possibility.
So I actually stayed in Bluff like 3 years ago, and I had a pretty similar experience to this guy. First of all, there's no lobby for this hotel. You check in at a gas station across the street, and then the hotel's just one long hallway. It's pretty much only lit by skylights, so it gets kind of dark and creepy at night. Also, these rooms are like really expensive. I paid $142 for this room, and I was pretty much the only one at the hotel. Like, there were vacancies. It wasn't like they were getting booked up. And they almost seemed surprised that I was willing to pay that much for their room. Because if you look at the room, like, the sheets on the bed were all like fuzzy blankets, and like the air conditioning just did not work.
I'm in Bluff right now, Bluff, Utah. I think 3 people live here, and they're all incredibly mean to me. This is my dinner. So we've got 2 of the finest gas station slices and a lukewarm soda. It only appears chilled because the room is currently set to 1 billion degrees. But at least I have towels or rags for my use.
The science behind Om chanting freaking blows my mind. It's funny because people that have like no experience with meditation or anything like that, you know, you've seen it in the movies, right? Anybody that's meditating, it's always Om, Om. Well, the science behind it is crazy. Like this study, they looked at Brahmari Pranayama, humming, also known as Om chanting, to see how it impacts your stress. They compared it to physical activity, emotional stress, and literally getting 8 hours of sleep. And guess what? Guess what was the best thing for you? Om chanting. It literally lowered the stress index more than sleeping. Oh, you're congested in your nose? You have chronic stuffiness? Yeah, chanting Om, that will take care of it for you. Want to raise your immunity, have better lung function, and reduce your heart rate? Om chanting is the answer. It's just insane to me because there are so many benefits, and even from a religious perspective, they believe that Om, A-U-M, is the primordial sound. It is the sound of all creation. If you go into space, that humming you hear, that is Om. It is the vibration of creation. So how do you do it? I've got a clip for you.
And it's really simple. We're just going to emit sound with an open mouth, and then we're going to go all the way to a closed mouth. That's all Om chanting is. If you literally look at the actual translation of Om, it's not O-M, it's A-U-M. It's because with a completely open mouth, with a half open mouth, and then with a fully closed mouth, that's what Om chanting is. So we're going to go from start to finish, A through U, all the way to M. And we kind of want to do it in a gradual way. So we want the whole thing to maybe last 9, 10, 12 seconds, something like that. So we're going to open our mouths, do it with me. That's one.
So Om chanting isn't literally saying Om. It is just pushing that sound out. Okay. The next video, we're going to go into a meditation technique using Om chanting, and it is crazy. This is probably the #1 technique where it's if you do it and you pay attention to the vibrations within your body, you go inwards, you get downloads from the universe, and it's so hard to explain. You just have to experience it. Love you. Bye.
I'm going to have to go out on a limb and call cap on that. I mean, I don't think anything supersedes sleep. The sleep is the alpha and the omega, if you know what I'm talking about, man. I don't know. Let me know what you think, though.
Kevin Gates is at it again, guys. There's another video of him going viral talking about how he's been to heaven. Now, him saying he's been to heaven is not the crazy part. The crazy part is how he described it. Watch this clip.
I've been to heaven, what people call heaven. I've been to the celestial court. I got here through fasting. I'm talking about not eating nothing. For 42 days, I ain't eating nothing. Just liquids, just water. People want to know, well, how did you fast? And, hey, you not going to do it 3 days. You're not going to do it 4 hours. You're not going to, so why even ask? But I have to give this enlightenment to people. But through fasting, I was able to go into the celestial court. I had been behind the first veil once. I've been behind the second veil twice. And I've been behind the third veil once. In the fourth veil, that's when I saw people. I went to, forgive me, you heard me, that's the lit thing. Yeah, it's crazy. And I was talking about my brother, and he called me. We telepathic. We telepathic, but he gifted. He gifted. But anyway, long story short.
Hey, fasting definitely will take you places spiritually, mentally, all that. So you know what? Kevin Gates might have seen some things, but he definitely is a character. It make you feel like he's putting extra on it, but he might have actually been there.
A-banging is a lot of witchcraft. The hand signals, they have what's called knowledge. They would fast, how you communicate. Folk means or our Lord King Satan, F-O-L-K-S. I didn't know that. And they would throw up pitchforks. I was in a whole gang worshiping the devil pretty much. They even wore the beads. They wore the beads. They got to get the beads blessed. How do you get the beads blessed? So the beads had to get blessed by one of the higher ups, like the women. The men do a lot of the guns and drug dealing and everything, but the women, what they do is a lot of the witchcraft. The women would be all beaded up, and they'll be doing protection on you when you go out and you selling weight or bless you.
I was in the Santeria movie, bro. I had to get my beads blessed. It was a witch, bro. It was a bruja.
Now we play the waiting
game. In the Florida water, take the cigar spoon, bless the beads for me to go out. I never put this crazy. It's my ring.
But the more beads you had, the more deeper you were in. It's the same thing with voodoo, Santeria.
I really truly believe a lot of homeless people are actually possessed by demons because they're in such a state of filth. It doesn't matter what their background is. Any human being that's living in the streets, defecating on themselves, urinating on themselves, they don't shower, okay? And they're spiritually gone, also mentally gone. They become a vessel for the demonic realm. I truly believe this. You see a lot of people say mental illness. Yeah, There's some of that. But I believe a lot of mental illness actually comes from spiritual problems.
A crazy plan was proposed to clean the Statue of Liberty through this bizarre method for America's 250th, but officials warned that it'd actually be a terrible idea. 30 years after the statue arrived in America, a devastating fire at a nearby military ammunition depot caused a massive blast that severely damaged its interior, preventing any future public access to the torch. That same year, the statue turned fully green as its original copper brown finished oxidizing. Now, less than a year before the nation's 250th anniversary, some are calling for a major restoration of the statue by first using lasers to strip the green layer, exposing the original copper brown underneath, and then completely reworking the upper internal structure to reopen access to the torch. But government officials say this would be one of the dumbest ways to waste taxpayer money, as not only would the copper simply re-oxidize after less than 10 years, it would also cause irreparable damage to Lady Liberty, as the green layer is actually preventing the statue from corroding.
They actually made a great point by pointing out how the taxpayers' dollars should be used. I mean, we have a lot of horrible streets that should be fixed. There's a lot of other things that need to be done. The Statue of Liberty, I'm sure they'll get around to it, but definitely there's a bigger issues at hand, a lot of bigger fish to fry for sure.
It's not good to dream about your partner, and here's why. Our dreams show us issues that we have to deal with. And if somebody shows up in your dream, then you have an issue with that person. So the best relationships, those people do not dream about each other at all. There is a minor exception. If your partner is super, super good in some way and they show up in your dream positively, they're always going to show up in your dreams positively. But 99.9% of us, that is not true. We just don't want to dream about a partner because it means there's problems in the relationship. And the rest of the dream is going to show you that there's problems in the relationship.
So woke up this morning and was asked to read the face of Robin Westman. When this happens, usually there's something untoward has gone on. I guess he killed a couple of young kids. Such a sad thing. But let's find out what we know about this Robin. There are 9 face shapes. He's a combination between a tree and a fire face. Tree faces like to grow on their own. They like to be trimmed back. The fire is about sensitivity. That's that real narrow chin. So not only are they sensitive, they tend to be oversensitive. And the next thing we look at is the right and left eye. The right eye is what we show to the world. It's our public persona. It's our mother's influence. The left eye is our true and our private self, and it's our father's influence. Normally, you're going to see more of a positive on that right side, and if anything, a little more negative on the left side. In this situation, you can't say that. If you cover up his left eye, his right eye, he's very intense, and there's a hint of anger, which is not something good to show to the world, obviously. On the left side, he's lost. He's just completely and utterly lost. He just doesn't know who he is, where he is, anything like that. Hairline is next. Hairline is very narrow. When you see the hair come into the corner of the eye, this indicates very strict upbringing, probably was forced to conform to parental wishes and demands, but also his hairline is a little wavy at the top, which means he probably was rebellious. Certainly his teen years were rebellious. He's going to be a rebel. He's just going to rebel against whatever. Eyebrows, they're different heights. This is often, it's very slight, but this is often a sign that he's moody, he's oversensitive, and probably had issues with a parent or a step-parent. Upper eyelid, notice how puffy it is, especially on that left side. This is a gallbladder indicator. Would he have problems digesting fats? Possibly. I'm not concerned about this guy's health. I'm concerned about the psychological aspects of what we're seeing here. This is about internalized anger. The fact that it's on the left side, that's the male side. He's got some anger with a male, possibly himself. I don't know anything about the guy. His ears are unequal sizes. When we see this, it is a sign that they've had lots of challenges in childhood. They've really had a hard time figuring out their childhood. Now, my biggest concern are his eyes. There's 2 things here that jump out at me. One is he's got white on 3 sides. This is a term that we refer to in face reading as lower sympacu. There's also upper sympacu. So white should be on the right and the left, but not on the top or the bottom. And you can see here he's got some white. This is a sign of fanaticism and addictive tendencies.
It's definitely getting a little bit easier to read faces now, and that guy definitely gave me the creeps. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You can either do the dirt or you can know the dirt. I'm one of the chosen high-ranked know the dirt individuals, right? And so dirt responds as they should when the vacuum walks in. I came to deliver an interview having seen some of my competitors and peers get on that same court and do a performance that involved my name. And so once 6 or 7 of you have made this same violation, it's my job as the king to show up and chastise thee. This is my job. I'm supposed to come in and restore order because that's my position. The fact that it's ignored by the clowns because they're all in the same frat, comedically, like, that's all well and good. I don't care nothing about none of that. But
Timothy Randy says,
the
let's
job
freaking
still
go.
needs to be done. And if God lets me know it's a good
Newsstream
time
says,
for that, that's
Timothy
how I'm
Randy
gonna write
is
it up
kicking it
and
in the vibe
deliver
zone.
it. So
The
I didn't
support
know
is a
anything
blessing.
Shannon was gonna say. I didn't know what questions he was gonna ask.
Timothy Randy says, whenever you stream, know that I will always be here.
Yeah.
We have some crazy things going on in the world right
Timothy
now.
Randy
Russia is
says
cutting
positivity
electricity
goes
and
a long
internet
way.
after 10 p.m. in order to boost their birth rates. A 23-year-old is preparing to become the first human on Mars, and she's never going to return to Earth. In China, people are paying $4 a day to pretend they have jobs. Some are renting fake offices, some are posing as CEOs, all just to hide their unemployment from their families. Denmark has officially raised its retirement age to 70, which is the highest in Europe. Nancy Pelosi is now worth $264 million while serving 38 years in Congress with an annual salary of $223,000. A former Doge engineer says that federal waste and fraud were relatively non-existent. China is digging the deepest hole on planet Earth. Tesla's new Cyber Quad is a $1,650 quad bike for kids. A billionaire passed away after swallowing a bee at a polo match. A woman discovered that her husband thought White Claws were energy drinks, and he's been drinking one on the way to work every single day, meaning he's been pre-gaming his 9 to 5.
Yikes. The one that stuck out to me the most is the chick heading to Mars and she's never coming back. That is wild, man. Prayers up for her.
Do you know the people running the websites and app you use can see everything you do and type, even if you don't hit submit? Let's say you accidentally paste your Amazon password into the email field on some random site, and then you delete it right away. Too late. If that site's using session recording, it's already been captured. Session recording is like a screen recording of your visit. They can see where your mouse moved, what you clicked, what you typed, yes, even what you typed and then erased. It's not malware, it's not a virus, but it's invasive and everywhere. If you're on a site or using an app with session recording, everything you do has likely been recorded. And you should assume most of the sites and apps you use are recording your sessions. Didn't hit submit or save? Doesn't matter. Because the moment you typed it, it was captured in a video they can play back whenever they want.
It seems like it never ends. We're being watched from every single crevice and avenue that they can possibly get into.
Take a picture of yourself in ChatGPT and say, tell me how my health is. It diagnoses you. So I did that and I took a picture and it said, you have rings around your eyes from lack of sleep. You probably have bad allergies. You look like you're vitamin D deficient and you're dehydrated based on your lips. Everything they said was spot on and it's unbelievable how accurate it is.
So basically, ChatGPT has replaced your doctor in an instance.
It's a brand new crop circle, and it just appeared in Dorset, and it's unlike anything we've seen yet this year. Let's break this one down just a little bit, because at first glance, it looks like a flower or an insect, but there is deeper geometry, and it suggests something perhaps more intentional. There's a mirrored axis that runs vertically, almost like a body with arms or antenna. Notice the interlocking arcs. It's all perfect symmetry, precise spacing, maybe way too random for human trampling, many would say. Some are saying that this resembles sacred geometry, maybe the flower of life, maybe Metatron's cube deconstructed, and others say it looks like a coded glyph. But there is one thing that does have people talking, and it's not far from ancient sacred sites. So they believe that these crop circles might be part of an energetic grid showing up near ley lines. And with recent talk about increased solar activity and everything, these Anunnaki communication attempts, maybe they're not far off. But I don't know. What do you think? Do you see any patterns here? Do you see a message or a symbol? Maybe it's something that we're not meant to understand yet. I don't know. Drop your theories. Let's decode this together.
Not seeing the world, you're seeing what your brain expects. There's a glitch in your brain's reality filter. It hides it until I show you. Look at this photo. You'll swear it's in color, but it's not. Your brain fills in the colors because it hates uncertainty. That's how easily it lies to you. Now imagine this. If your brain hides the truth about a photo, what else is it hiding every day? Not everything your brain hides is harmless.
This is just another way of letting you know that they watching whatever the hell you do on your cell phone. So it's been confirmed that iOS 26 will now freeze your FaceTime video calls if it detects nudity. Like, what the fuck you doing watching for anyway? Like, ain't that invasion of privacy? Now, it goes on to say one of the features you will be able to use with iOS 26, now only available in the development beta, is protecting your privacy during video calls. Your iPhone can now automatically pause a FaceTime call if it detects someone undressing or showing nudity. But you will be given a message: the audio and video of this call has been paused because it may be showing sensitive content. If you're feeling uncomfortable, you should consider ending the call. Like, who came up with this update and why? People know what the hell they doing if they decide to get nude on their motherfucking FaceTime. That's just another way to say these motherfuckers watching what the fuck we doing. Now, I don't know if you can bypass the update, but just keep in mind, they watch.
Either way it goes, for them to be putting AI in our FaceTime to be detecting nudity or not, I think that's just a bit too far for me. But let me know what you think.
Team of highly skilled engineers to land a fly on somebody's head. We typically get hired to land a fly on high-profile political candidates during live events that are being broadcast to a large audience. You might have seen our work in 2016 when we landed a fly right on Hillary Clinton's eyebrows, or more recently during the vice presidential debate when we landed a fly on Mike Pence's head, and it sat there for about 2 minutes. The objective is usually to distract the viewer from what the candidate is saying, and more importantly, distract the media from reporting about what the candidate is saying and focus more on the fly itself. And let's face it, nobody remembers what Mike Pence said during those 2 minutes our fly was sitting on his head.
Actually, I did, whenever you do a film like this where you fight Satan or the devil, you have to prepare yourself the right way. And so I did research in satanic kind of cults and stuff like that. And, you know, as a matter of fact, in Los Angeles right now, there's like 50,000 devil worshippers. And that's not even that's not even including the agents.
Yeah.
But let me
our crowd was too busy cheering satanic worship to hear the joke.
50,000 in Los Angeles, that's a lot of people worshiping the devil. That's what you call creepy.
The real reason gold is so expensive is that it can induce the ability to perceive and travel interdimensionally. In Genesis of the Grail Kings, Lawrence Gardner cites how ancient Egyptian priests knew the secret to transform gold into a white monatomic substance, which would be able to, quote, disappear from sight into another dimension of space-time and then return. It was said to have an anti-gravitational effect and was thought to transfer its weightlessness to anything in contact with it, possibly explaining how the massive blocks of the pyramids were moved into place. The consumption of this gold was believed to activate the pineal and pituitary glands to extraordinary levels and was ingested by kings and pharaohs to enhance perception and intuition, making them, quote, almost like gods. It was considered the ultimate food for the light body and is also identified as the hidden manna mentioned in the Bible. It is also said to be capable of emitting pure light, not the light we see, but a purer proto-form of it. This white gold derivative is also said to be synonymous with the Philosopher's Stone, which grants one the ability to materialize any substance at will, travel interdimensionally, and even achieve. Follow me for more hidden knowledge.
Ryan is a nasty piece of work. You know who tried to warn us? Martha Stewart. She was on some random game show and she was like, I know everybody thinks he's funny, but he lives in my building and he's really not. And she heavily implied that he was like not a nice guy.
Or something, he's not so funny in real life.
Really?
No, he's not so funny. He's very serious.
And everyone's looking at that now being like, Martha Stewart knew that Ryan Reynolds was insane and actually like a mean person. It is one of the most evil Hollywood plots between a couple with a tremendous amount of power, being Blake and Ryan, who were just gonna like take over and destroy a man's entire life because they wanted to put her name on a movie.
You know it's serious when Martha got to chime in and give her 2 cents, especially when nobody asked. And her 2 cents didn't seem to be too polite about Mr. Reynolds now.
Gust of wind in Chicago, every car in a traffic jam in Mexico City, every wave crashing onto the shores of Bali is being translated into data second by second. That data flows into massive computer models powered by artificial intelligence. The result, a living digital model of Earth, one that reflects the real world as it changes. But this isn't just a map. It's a full operating system for reality. A tool that lets us simulate, plan, and even rewrite the future. Earth is no longer just a planet orbiting the sun. It's now mirrored in cyberspace. A digital Earth that breathes, learns, and evolves with us.
Today's episode is Alien Avatar. Embody and control a humanoid robot through H2L's innovative capsule interface. Just by sitting in the capsule, the user can see and interact with the world through the eyes and body of a robot. The inside of the capsule is filled with muscle displacement sensors, speakers, and displays. By shifting your back or slightly moving the hands and feet, force and movement is communicated to the robot. At the same time, the interface delivers audio-visual information from the robot to the user. What would virtual reality feel like when you can transmit movement into a personal avatar while receiving audio-visual and physical input back? The elderly and disabled can interact with the physical world even if they're bedbound.
Robotic human surrogates combine the durability of the machine with the grace and beauty of the human body. With most people living their lives through their surrogate selves, our world has become a safer place. Take a seat in your STEM chair, and just with the power of your mind, you can control your surrogate and send it out into the real world. You can live your life without limitations. You see what they see, feel what they feel, and become anyone you want to be from the comfort and safety of your own home.
There's a region in your brain that activates 0.07 seconds before you make a decision. You think you're in control? You're not. Neuroscientists call it the illusion of intention. You believe you choose, but your brain chose first. It does this every second, every hour, without you noticing. You are not who you think you are. Don't blink.
All right, here we go. So this is what his cellmate said just recently.
Jeffrey Epstein's former cellmate, Nicholas Tartaglione, claimed in a new interview that Epstein offered him money to help end his life before the financier's suicide in 2019. Tartaglione, a former police officer and convicted murderer, revealed that Epstein wrote a hidden suicide note and was desperate to die after his bail was denied. According to Tartaglione, Epstein asked for advice on making a noose and tried to take his own life while sharing a cell with him, but Tartaglione intervened and saved him that time. Epstein hid his suicide note inside one of Tartaglione's books, and lawyers later brought the note to court, with handwriting experts confirming Epstein authored it. The note, as described by Tartaglione, contained lines such as, "The FBI looked into me for months and found nothing," and "Time to say goodbye."
Seems a little convenient.
Despite years of conspiracy theories,
the timing
Tartaglione dismissed any claims of foul play,
definitely
stating
questionable.
directly that Epstein definitely committed suicide, and that he was cleared of any involvement. Tartaglione also explained that Epstein lied about being attacked by his cellmate to avoid being placed under suicide watch.
Why would he
and later
wait this long to
apologized for
say
his lie.
anything?
Recent Department of Justice
And
reports
this week-
enhanced surveillance.
With everything else that's going on. I don't know. I don't buy it.
I don't know, man. They're trying to murky up the waters, but man, we're still waiting on that list.
Ever arrive home with no memory of the drive? That's autopilot. Most of our thoughts aren't even ours. They're echoes from parents, teachers, and culture. We live by scripts we never chose, stuck in patterns we never questioned. These beliefs run our lives from the background, keeping us stuck. Want to break free? Start with awareness. Notice your thoughts. When you feel anxiety or negativity, pause. Ask, is this thought mine? Is it true? This simple question puts you back in control. You can choose your own beliefs and direction. Take the wheel. Don't just ride along.
Portia says, I have dreams all my life about my parent dying and then they suddenly stop. What does that mean? Well, this is something we've covered before. A parent dying is about removing the negative influence of that parent. Essentially, it's saying, imagine your parent was dead. What would you do differently in your life today? Please do that. So it's not saying like the parent's going to die or anything like that, but live your life fully. Don't let whatever negative influence there is around affect you, and it might even not even feel negative. But if you stop having those dreams, then it means you've done the thing, or you've gone past the date by which you could do the thing that your higher self wanted you to do. But let's stick with the positive and say, whatever it is, you've done it, so now you don't need the dreams trying to guide you anymore.
The system wasn't built for you to win. You went to school to memorize facts you never use. You were trained to raise your hand, wait your turn, and follow instructions. Then they told you, get a job, work 40 hours a week, give half of it to tax, retire at 67 if you're lucky. That's not a life. That's a script. And most people don't question it because they're too tired from living it. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's when you realize freedom was never going to be handed to you. You have to build it. And that's why I teach digital products, because ownership is the only way out. No boss, no begging, no clocking. You move different when you know the system was never designed to serve you. It was designed to use you. Break the script or stay stuck in it.
She dropped nothing but gems on that one, man. I hope you picked it up.
Well, if you know that there's an actual firewall within us that separates our psyche from the other dimension. They've actually located
No, I don't know this.
Oh, okay.
Is this common knowledge?
Default mode network, that's what it's called. They've actually measured this thing with MRIs. They can see where it happens with the blood flow and things like that. When people like trip on acid and stuff like that. Yeah. And that thing breaks down and they see elves. Is that what you said?
A lot of elves.
A lot of elves, yeah.
Machine elves, clockwork elves. People who take DMT see that. I mean, DMT's in ayahuasca,
right?
Which is what people take when they go on these trips in the jungle, right? It's what these ancient civilizations were taking.
Yeah.
And then they sacrifice a whole bunch of people.
Well, that's what they do.
Basically, they just start killing people.
That's the thing. That's what the Aztecs did. That's what the Toltecs. These are people that actually tripped, and they made it part of the central to their religion, so to speak.
Yeah, to their society.
And then they started killing each other. There are people that actually teach shamanism, that teach the teachings of these people that are now extinct, who basically went to the other side, and the other side spilled into them, and then they wound up killing each other.
Now, but how old were you when you found out that hospital stands for House of Sick People in Trauma and Labour?
Hey, I was today years old, man. Hey, that's wild. Did you know that?
But this is just one kingdom, though. And one of the things that people need to understand as well is that the reality is when you go deep areas of the spirit world and the kingdom of darkness, shape-shifting has a lot to do with the places that you may go. And so this would extend into the secret. Now, I would put secret space program in with part of the. So I'm interrupting that conversation, but like part of the kingdom of the air, because with the secret space program, you have a lot of technology that is based on cloning and is based on soul trafficking. So this is what actually happens. Let's say they need to run an operation on a different planet, but that planet has a different environment. Well, they may design a reptilian body with a person's DNA in it and hybridize it with some other stuff. So it's like partially reptilian-like. They grow it in a lab. That may be done in an off-planet lab. They will take